over there across the street. 92 feels like 106. Extreme heat warning today. So this is one of those ball games, obviously, for fans and those in attendance. You're going to want to hydrate for the players. Boy, that hydration better have started early.
And hopefully the heat, a good omen for the Cardinals offense. It has been a chilly offensive performance in the first 5 games of this homestand, Brad. Not a lot of slug, and Ollie talked about that with us before the game today. Got to get the top of the order going collectively.
Yeah, and I don't care who you are. If your top 4 in the order aren't slugging, you're not going to win ball games, right? So that has been a scuffle. And then the bottom of the order is 1 for 21 in this series. So tough sledding, a 4-game losing streak.
Kyle Leahy is itchy today.
Kyle Leahy can keep things going from a starting pitcher standpoint because those guys have been good. Hopefully the offense answers.
Yeah, the starters on the homestand have gone 6 innings or more in 4 of the first 5 games. You'd love similar production from Leahy, Brad, but on a day like this, efficiency, I'm sure, is going to be a big key.
You make a great point. Strike one, going after the opposition. Those deep counts are going to be the death of any pitcher in this ball game. 16th start of the season for Kyle Leahy. Look at the pitch arsenal. Kyle, we talk about it a lot. He has got the starters arsenal. That's why they wanted to put him there.
So is Jacob Misty.
Four-seam to set up other pitches. His curveball has actually probably been his most effective offering on the season for Kyle Leahy. One of only 2 pitchers in the big leagues that throws 6 pitches over 12% of the time. That'll really keep the opposition guessing.
A look at the Cardinals' defense behind Mr. Leahy today. Torres in left, Church in center, Lars Nootbaar in right. A day off for Jordan Walker, actually 2. Cardinals are off tomorrow before starting a series with the Braves in Atlanta on Tuesday. Blaze Jordan joins Mason Wynn on the left side, JJ and Alec on the right side. And today it's Pedro Pages' turn to catch against the Marlins, who leapfrogged ahead of the Cardinals in the wild card chase. Clayton McCulloch's Marlins having a great month. They're 18-5, their best 23-game stretch in team history. And the Menard starting lineup, not a lot of power, Brad, but they put the ball in play, they put pressure on you on the base paths, and they don't strike out. All of those things in play for Leahy to try to solve in Game 3 today.
It's certainly working for them offensively, and you're right, man. If they get on base, you have to watch out. They've ripped 92 bases on the season. So for Kyle Leahy, strike one's going to be a big key. Early outs, defense tight today is going to be huge.
So it'll start with Jacob Marcy, will Mr. Leahy, seeking his 6th win, 16th start for the Cardinals. Last time out, a no decision against Arizona, but encouraging. He started his way through the 3rd time in the order, and a good start for him today, a called strike. Marcy at 199, 4 homers, 21 driven in, a couple of hits and RBIs here in St. Louis. Marlins have already won the overall season series head-to-head with the Cardinals, and if these teams stay close in the wild card chase, that could loom large as far as tie-break scenarios. But all of us, Brad, know we get so wrapped up in one game, one series. Today is game number 81. We are just now reaching the halfway point in the 2026 season.
There's so much baseball left for this young ball club. I'm interested from your standpoint, Chip. I mean, you're doing every single one of these games. Does it feel like we're at the halfway mark?
It's flown by. I think the season's gone by really quickly, and that's a product of young, energetic players, a team that I think has surpassed their own and maybe outsiders' projections. It's really been fun. And last year, the Cardinals had a very similar record, but this season and this record to me feels a lot different. You?
I agree with you. I really do. And I think that Ollie and his staff would echo that as well. Like, there's a real enjoyment and excitement about coming to the ballpark every single day. And not to say that wasn't there last year, but man, it seems like a different level of it this year when you have a young group. Everybody's in the same position on the ball. They're all trying to prove it together.
Not on a good start. Leahy walks the leadoff man. Marcy with 18 stolen bases.
So start the 6th, Otto Lopez.
Otto Lopez is next. Lopez leads the world in hits and average. He's at 336 on the year.
Well, like you said, playing with some trouble there with Marcy. Fortunately for the Cardinals, they do have their best catch and throw man behind the plate in Pedro Pages. You know, he's got that really quick release. He's also caught 13 guys stealing.
Marcy 2 out of 3 in the stolen base category. Percentage-wise, that is. He's 18 for 27. And now Lopez goes to work. 6 homers, 36 RBIs for Lopez. One of those ribbies came here at Busch. And another strike one. it's safe to say the Cardinals and Marlins in so many ways are very surprising and very similar teams. Lopez, another guy that's, I don't want to say come out of nowhere, but he's had a gigantic breakthrough season for Miami and is probably on his way to the All-Star team. In the National League, he didn't like that call, but no appeal, no balls, 2 strikes. In fact, the Cardinals and Marlins, I think, are 1-2, depending on how the roster's constructed, in the youngest rosters in the major leagues. And both having good starts to the year. Now ball's hit him. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Not exactly where Kyle was trying to go with that changeup. Did a job regardless. Ends up moving Otto Lopez off the plate. Maybe that sweeper now sets up on the outer half.
Marcy measures off a pretty good lead. And draws a throw. He's back standing at the first base bag. Umpiring crew, it's been a good one this series. Stu Shorewater calls balls and strikes. Jordan Baker at first, Junior Valentine at second, and Austin Jones is the umpire over at third. In the air to shallow center, and Church is...
Got him, yes! Das ist was wir jetzt Kyle Stowers.
The DH is next.
Nobody hoping for a well-pitched game more than Stu Shorewater behind the plate. Those guys got nowhere to go. It is a warm one for everybody, but certainly the home plate umpire.
And you heard a unique welcome for the umpiring crew as they made their way for the exchange of lineup cards.
It certainly was. It was a welcome to the hottest place in the world, essentially, is what the umpiring crew was greeted with.
And it's amazing to me, in the heat of summer, the umpires wear either dark navy, I can't really tell if it's dark navy or black jersey tops. They ought to change that, I think. The pitch is on the ground right side. JJ will go to second, and Mason's able to stretch out
the 9, Xavier Edwards.
Risky decision, but a heck of a play if it stands. 2 outs.
Yeah, good decision right here, and that will stand. Marcy was saying, take a look at it. They did, and Mason able to hold the bag with his toe. This will be a great look at it right here. Nice job by Mason Wynn.
So Stowers trades places with Marcy, and Xavier Edwards is next. 4 hits, 3 RBIs for the X-Man in this 3-game series. And in for a strike. Edwards, 44 strikeouts, 41 walks, 45 runs so far this season. He led off yesterday and hit third in game 1 of the series. Today he bats cleanup, so a very flexible, interchangeable lineup for the Marlins Brain Trust.
Yeah, they will bounce them around. Their 2 best hitters, Otto and Edwards, will both bounce around in this order. 6-game hit streak for Edwards, 4 for 8 in this series.
2 balls and a strike. Marlins are just starting a long road trip. They head to Colorado for a 4-game series, then to Sacramento for 3 with the Athletics. Not an easy trip for their pitching staff in the next week ahead. But it's off to a flying start for them. As we said, the Marlins 18-5 in June. That's the best record in baseball this month. It's the best 23-game stretch in franchise history.
That's incredibly impressive, Chip, and it has been based off of Clayton McCullough's team, predominantly on their starting pitching and their pitching in general. Bullpen's been awesome.
Marlins pitching to a 2.87 ERA. They have a +40 run differential this month. Is it for real? Well, the rest of this road trip will tell a big part of that tale, I guess. 2 balls, 2 strikes. adjusts his foothold at shortstop as Leahy sets and fires and lays foul into the Marlins dugout. They're saying straighten it out, Xavier. And Leahy's going to throw at least 19 pitches in the inning. This will be the 7th to the Miami cleanup man. This is what has made the Marlins offense so tough in this series, Brad. They are like the Cardinals when they're hot. They fight. They make you work for every single strike, especially strike three. Pitch number 20. And Leahy's going to need at least 21. Here's how hot it is. The Tarps Off crew is slow arriving. You know what we haven't heard in the first inning yet?
A roll call. Got nothing yet. Oh, right on time. We're at least getting something. They're all gathering. It is hot. They're probably getting their ice cold waters, getting ready to go.
Oh, you gotta take a look at first.
Let's see if Pedro Pajes is right. And I mean barely.
Oops.
So the Cardinals use a first inning challenge. They are wrong by 1/10 of an inch.
Yeah, you understand trying to use it there, though. Your starter is pitch count's getting up. This guy's putting together a heck of an at-bat. That was a good pitch at the bottom of the zone.
10th pitch. Runner goes, and in the dirt, ball 4. So 2 walks in the inning, 2 on, 2 out. And Heriberto Hernandez is coming up. So this isn't what Leahy was looking for. Now he's got trouble with Hernandez, the 5th batter. He's hitless in the series, but has driven home 29 runs. Pajes will burn one of his mound visits here to give
Hernandez.
First 4 Marlins batters.
That was quite the play appearance right there from Xavier Edwards. He fouled off 5 in a row, ended up being a 10-pitch at-bat. He walked on. And these are going to be the ones, those mound visits are going to have to be well-timed today for Pedro. This is where that pitch clock really does end up affecting you even more. I know it's been in the works for a couple of years now, and these guys have adapted and adjusted. But hot days like this, boy, there is no built-in rest.
So a little command trouble for Leahy in the first inning. Let's see if he can wiggle off the hook here. The Marlins 7 for 19 with runners in scoring position so far in the series. Kyle's got ahead to most of these hitters, just hasn't finished them off yet. Cardinals pretty much straight away for Hernandez in the outfield, slightly to pull on the infield. And a strike. Close call, can't challenge that. You've already burned one here in the first inning.
Yeah, that was a little bit off the plate away. I did like the idea, though. 97 rare back, trying to run that sinker back to catch him looking.
So 1 and 2. And 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's gone 6 innings or more in back-to-back starts. He'll need some quick innings if he's to make it 3 in a row today. Pitch number 27 on the way. And it's sky to center. He's going to get out of it. Church is going to drift back and camp out.
Got him, yes!
27 pitches, though. We'll keep track of that. Here come the Cardinals. Top of the order. Let's see if they can get going in Game 3 here at home. Streak. They scored 8 runs in that stretch. Top of the order. Today's the day on a hot day to heat up. J.J. Weatherholt, Devon Herrera, Alec Burleson, your first 3 on the Menard starting line. Lars Newbar hitting .400 on the homestand.
6% was with J.J. Weatherholt.
As we said, is your catcher. And batting ninth, the Cardinals will face Tyler Phillips of the Marlins, who's looking for his second win. Brad, another fighting fish pitcher who loves to spin the baseball.
Yeah, he definitely does. Tyler Phillips making his 6th start of the season, 22nd game. He was another one of those pivotal members of a very good bullpen early until he was called upon. To your point, Chip, here's the pitch arsenal for Tyler Phillips. Sinker, he'll use it a bit, but then it's split, sweeper, curve. If he finds himself in a spot, that's exactly what he's leaning on, something that ends up moving around. Throws that sinker to get right back into action. Wouldn't be surprised to see him throw that split right off it away. See if he can catch JJ out on that front foot.
Phillips, 28 years young, out of Lumberton Township, New Jersey. That's a suburb, basically, of Philadelphia. He's a big kid, 6'5", 225 pounds. Originally a Rangers draft pick, went to Philly on a waivers claim, and then the Marlins made a cash transaction to bring him to South Florida. Count for J.J. Weatherholt.
Let's see what he's done in his career as a starter. To this point, a 6.25 ERA. Had a rough one 2 outings ago. That was against the Phillies. He ended up giving up 8 against him.
Deep short, and
Yes!
Good start for JJ and the Cardinals offense.
Well, it really leads into a Toyota key to the game. It's early runs like that exactly what you're talking about. We realize it, you know they are feeling it. Getting a lead early in this game is going to be enormous. Takes a lot of pressure off your pitching staff as well, and these are the right guys to get it done. As you mentioned, 3 for 21. That's a 143 clip for the top of the order. Let's get it rolling early in this ball game.
Devon Herrera's been the Cardinals' Iron Man. He's played in every game this year. Those are his season numbers. 1 for 7 is he in the series, and he's reached base in 22 consecutive games. Runner goes, and JJ's going to steal second standing up. That's his 9th steal in as many tries.
How about this, John? JJ had himself 3 steps before Tyler Phillips even delivered that baseball. A good read.
Ground ball to the left side, won't advance into third. And Herrera's retired.
Was this in the point one out? Wilson.
Marlins defensively, Paulie Lopez, Edwards, and Griffin Conine around the horn. Brian Navarretto, our first look at him behind the plate. And Jacob Marcy can go get him in center. Owen Casey and right, Heriberto Hernandez is their left fielder. Curley's reached in 25 straight games. He's looking for his first hit of the series. RBIs for Burleson on the year. Lars Newbar bats behind him today. Walker gets the day off. And that one slashed to left. Hernandez to the edge of the warning track. Really gave it a ride, but
Whitefield said the 21 was Newbar.
2 men are down. It is Lars Newbar's turn.
Hopefully the right guy in this spot. New's been seeing the ball really well this series. 3 for 6. Also drawn a couple of walks against the Marlins. He's on a little 4-game hit streak.
He's enjoyed the home cooking. He's reached base in only 11 home games he's played since coming off the IL. Let's see if Newt can pick us up with a 2-out ribby. to make this kid work a little bit. Leahy, 27 first inning pitches. Phillips ready for his 13th.
Yeah, that idea too of making him work, obviously, it's to put pressure on the pitcher and get him a little tired out. It's also giving your guys some more rest on a really hot day. See if you can keep them in there a little bit longer.
Outfield slightly toward left for Lars. Even count. And didn't swing at the curveball. Phillips gets the ball on the ground about half the time, 47% to be exact. 2 balls and a strike. St. Louis could use some batted ball luck in the series. Brad, they're 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. 2-2. Weather Holt at second with a single and a stolen base. And a ground ball left side. Lopez fields, flips, and gets his man by a step. And that will retire the side. Nothing doing in the Cardinals. First innings in the books in St. Louis. No score. Kyle Leahy on the mound as we send it down to the cat, Jim Hayes.
Yeah, Kyle Leahy is coming off a really good start. 6 1/3 scoreless against the Diamondbacks. It was the longest outing of his career. Kyle was telling me he feels that that's the growth as a pitcher. He told me, I definitely feel like throwing pitches in the 7th is a big step forward. I feel like I had more, and that's a good sign. And guys, Kyle said, he's getting stronger. He said, I feel now, the way I feel now, it's like 90 days from how I felt at the start of the season. So a work in progress.
He was still holding the velocity well in that ball game too, Jim. That was good to see. And you're right, it is really a growing effort. And again, this is a guy that had started in the minor leagues, but it's different. You put in that full slate of work last year as a pivotal member of the bullpen. They got him up to 88 innings in 62 games. Did make that one start at the end of the year, but Dusty Blake, the Cardinals staff in general, knew with what they had in this kid, with the 6-pitch mix, the way that he went about it, they wanted to see him get this opportunity. It's going to take some time to grow throughout the year, and we're seeing it from Kyle.
How about that? 90.
Got it, yes!
And Griffin Conine is caught looking for Leahy's first strikeout.
Well, in an era with 2 strikes, everybody seems to be looking for a breaking ball right now. 97 Chevy pitch track, just some gas with a 4-seam spotted up.
Owen Casey, 1 for 5 in the series.
Owen Casey.
Casey, 9 homers, 43 knocked in. This young man learning on the fly. Got a lot of power, but a lot of swing and miss too. Casey with 87 strikeouts and 16 walks entering today's play.
Part of that learning curve. Don't want to be too antsy. We talk about that a lot with Nathan Church, specifically for the Cardinals. A young guy that wants to be up there swinging, but you got to realize what the opposition's going to try to do to you. To him, they're going to try to do a lot of that. Try to spin it. That one, a slider from Leahy. Probably missed more in the middle than he wanted to, but this guy's not going to get a lot of heaters in the strike zone.
It's really amazing how the game has evolved. 20, 30 years ago, there's the 1-2 pitch. Everybody said, you got to gear up for the fastball. Can he command the fastball? There's so little fastball usage now, Brad, because so many guys can time a jet.
Well, and you go back and you just look at the numbers against breaking stuff, whatever you have, right? Whether it be the sweeper, slider, curveball, cutter, like all of these things, the numbers against, for the most part, are better than the numbers against the heater, right? So if you have the ability to throw those for strikes, you're going to lean on those a lot. So it does change the approach of a hitter. The idea of be ready for the fastball, adjust breaking stuff, probably isn't the best approach oftentimes.
Oh boy, yes!
This is his third walk. Casey rarely takes ball 4. He's aboard with 1 man out. So as we take a look at that pitch count on a hot day, our Bet365 betting odds, can Leahy get this game into the 6th inning? Well, time will tell. He's scoreless with Graham Pauley, the third baseman, coming up. 6 batters in this lineup can hit left-handed for Miami. 5 true lefties, 1 switch hitter. That's Xavier Edwards.
That's a lot of free passes early, too, for Kyle Leahy. He hadn't walked 3 guys since 7 starts ago for him. That command has been very good.
Casey a short lead. And out of play foul. And to finish the point on how the game's evolved, well, if you're not going to throw your fastball a lot, you better have more than 1 off-speed offering. That's why we're seeing so many pitchers nowadays, Brad, with 6, sometimes 7 pitches in their arsenals.
Yeah, and having just different variations of the same shape. Because out of the hand, if you pick up a spin, but you don't know exactly what velocity that's coming in at, it's a big weapon to have.
Leahy finding his command early on. 40 pitches, 1 out in the 2nd inning. No hits yet for Miami. 3 base runners thanks to 3 bases on balls. 2-2 pitch. Pitches for Kyle in the game, 22 of them strikes. And Paulie, the 8th place hitter. Grounded foul at first. Time for the first game of this series. He's knocked in a run. He scored a big run. The pitch. And he'll see a 7th offering. Lots of long at-bats for the Marlins to start the game.
And for Kyle Leahy, it's been a lot of pitches. And the fastball, oftentimes he's trying to do that, trying to work the top of the zone with a heater, which is great. But some of his breaking balls, the slider, the curve balls have been up, trying to make that adjustment of getting those down in the zone. That's where he's going to get the weak contact or the swing and miss instead of the foul ball.
In the air center, and drifting out is...
God, yes, yes!
He'll make a nice running over the shoulder catch. He was the only man getting that. Soft contact by Paulie turns into out number 2.
Well, there you go. There's a chance
Yeah,
this
64,
time.
Brian Navarrete.
He did get the weak contact when he got a Gold Glover at shortstop. You feel pretty good about him being able to track this one down. He was shaded up the middle anyhow with the left-hander up there. Makes it an easy play for him at least.
So Brian Navarrete is coming up. His big league debut came on June 24th against the Rangers. So he is 0 for 1 at the plate. He scored a run. He's got a walk and a strikeout. Half of these Marlins hitters to start the game have seen 6 or more pitches in each trip to the plate. And as I said, Kyle's gotten strike 1 pretty regularly. See if he can have an easy sequence here. Little chopper left side. Blaze has it. And his toss.
God, it just.
And that's just what the doctor ordered. Marlins have 3 walks, but no runs. We head to the home second. Big on authentic gear at MLBshop.com. From official jerseys and memorabilia to hats and hoodies, we've got your season covered. Visit MLBshop.com/Cardinals, the official source for your Cardinals gear. It's a good day to have one of those Cardinals sombreros. Heated up to 106 at Busch Stadium. Expecting a crowd in the mid-30,000s for the homestand wrap-up.
There you go. That's a good lid right there. Both of those things covering you from some sun. I know you rock that Cardinal 1 chip when you're back home mowing the lawn. Those are
They've got the home run change working too. Hopefully those will be put to use for the Redbirds here in Game 3. As Mason Wynn gets the second inning started. Mason's on a nice run at the plate over the last week and a half. Love the fact he's hitting the ball the other way. They give him that lane here in the home second.
I think that's the main reason you're seeing that success as of late. He's not trying to pull homers and doubles. Can he do it? Yeah, of course he can. He's got that kind of power, but the thought process has been he's getting pitched away. It's very hard to pull pitches that are on the outer half. Somebody makes a mistake on the inner half, then make him pay.
Line into left center field.
Yes!
Two-strike hit.
This is a sweeper. It's down. It's under the zone. Probably going to be one that's a little close to try to take. He goes down and spoils it. Finds it a home out in the outfield.
Second inning in a row, the Cardinals have a leadoff hit. Let's see if Mason's put in motion with Brian Torres coming up.
The future number 39, Brian Torres.
He hasn't had a ton of playing time this month. In fact, his last hit was 3 weeks ago today, on June 7th against the Reds. Torres got the start last night. He's had 6 at-bats since June 7th.
to stay ready like that, but that's where all the work in behind the scenes comes in. All the preparation as if you were playing in that actual game. And you go back and look at the game logs throughout the years, ever since he was a 17-year-old kid, all he's done is hit at every single level.
Swing and a drive. That's hammered toward the right field corner. That ball.
Oh, God, yes.
Chip, the lack of at-bats as of late for Brian Torres. Not a problem for him. A 2-0.
The visit between three plays, Jordan.
Down and in with the fastball. Joe, fast those hands are. This thing gets out of here in a hurry. Well, he makes up for lost time, wouldn't you say? St. Louis has an early lead for Kyle Leahy. That was your Toyota key. Torres cashes in the Mason Wynn single and blasts his third homer.
I just love him being ready right there. It kind of tells you exactly what the approach was for him.
Plays Jordan a deep drive to center. Marcy's going to catch that.
Okay. So if you're to number 27, Nathan Church.
In the air, it might jump a bit here at Busch Stadium. That was well struck, but not deep enough. And that's out number one. For Raleigh Marmal's squad in the second. Nathan Church is next. Nathan looking for his first hit of the series. And off the plate, 1 ball, no strikes. Well, it's nice to see the Cardinals with an extra base hit. We didn't have one of those yesterday. Chris Tuno found a pretty amazing stat. The Cardinals tied with the Astros and Mariners for most games this year played without an extra base hit. With 11 of them, St. Louis has actually won 4 of those 11 games.
It's not easy to do, win any games when you're not slugging at all. Tells you how good the pitching probably was in some of those games, or how timely those singles were.
That's it. That hit was timely. Torres' home run gives Kyle Leahy a 2-run lead. Nathan Church. Two balls, 2 strikes. That's hit toward the left field line. That is going to be caught on a slide. And Roberto Hernandez, a terrific play.
Just number 43, Pedro Pajas.
Look how far he slid on the warning track to make the grab.
Yeah, this had extra bases written all over it, especially with the left-hander on. This thing is tailing away from him. If that thing hits the ground, first of all, it's either bouncing out for a ground rule double or rattling around for potentially 3.
2 outs after the homer. Pedro Pajas is next, the Cardinal catcher today. Cardinals try to break a 4-game losing streak, have a 2-run homer and the lead. That shot down to third base.
Yes!
Great
Oh,
stop.
no.
Great play. Back-to-back Gold Star efforts for the Marlins defense. By 2-0 St. Louis, thanks to that young man, Brian Torres, homer, as you enjoy watching Cardinals TV, presented by Bet365. Kyle Leahy's walked 3, but now he leads by 2, and Brad starts his second trip through the Miami order. As we send it down to Jim Hayes. Jimmy, let's see if Kyle can be a little more efficient.
Pedro Pajes, what it's like catching Kyle Leahy. He said things going well, things not going well. Same guy, same cool, collected guy. Pajes said there are times I mess with him just to try to get him to show some emotion. He never does, always calm. Brad, I guess that's a good thing for a pitcher, right?
No, dude, it's a great thing for a pitcher. And honestly, it's something that really stands out with Dusty Blakestaff to me, because Leahy has it for sure. Like, you don't know, and this is one of the biggest things when you teach kids, right? Like, you tell them, like, hey, you should be able to have a camera on you at all times, and nobody should ever know what the score is. Well, he has got that. McGreevy's got that. Certainly Libby has that as well. And that's just something that this group teaches. Their whole staff does a really nice job of that. But Leahy is a real competitor, and that's one thing when you talk to Otley, when you talk to Dusty about Kyle Leahy, sometimes you'll see the demeanor looking the same all the time. He is an intense competitor, right? So don't take any of that like it's almost like nonchalant.
Got him, yes!
Are looking for spin with 2 strikes, and Leahy surprised him twice with fastballs. There's a good start to the 3rd inning.
Sneaking the cheese by again, this time at 95. Chevy pitch track right on the inner half. That thing started too, right on the edge, and then tailed back.
Otto Lopez is the batter. He flied out his first time up.
6, Otto Lopez.
He threw strike 1 to 7 of his first 9 batters today. So getting ahead wasn't the issue. It was a lot of foul balls, some close misses, deep counts. Maybe finding a rhythm now. 2 quick strikes to the man with baseball's best batting average, Otto Lopez.
Yeah, Otto Lopez didn't like the call on that one. Sinker out on the edge, away. I wonder if he can throw that tighter slider. Started right off that same spot. With the changeup instead, that was trying to go away, ran in on the hands, but again with that changeup, it's been keeping guys off of things. It's got some serious run to it.
For life. There's a souvenir. No balls, 2 strikes. Popped up right side. Burley on the run, slowing at the track.
Got him, yes!
And he's got 2 up, 2 down to start the inning. Kyle Stowers, your next batter.
Kyle
That's exactly what Kyle
Stowers.
needed. A couple of quick outs here. The Cardinals are able to respond. They give him a couple of runs. Can he shut it down here quickly? First inning made him work. Better the second. Way better so far here in the 3rd.
No balls and a strike. Redbirds have an interesting road trip ahead. We've got the Braves and the Cubs. Before we are back home at Busch, our first look at Atlanta this season. We'll see the Braves twice before the All-Star break. In fact, Atlanta's the last team in before the All-Star intermission. Braves are on the West Coast wrapping up their series with the Giants. They get started in about an hour and a half out west. 2 balls and a strike.
Chip, I love that Leahy went back to that changeup right there. 2 pitches ago, he threw it. He missed arm side, and you saw Pedro almost like getting on him, say, hey, trust it. He had some way better movement on the one onto the zone. Now evens it up with a slider. So you got to do it in games, especially. Remember, you're still like, he's competing for every bit, but he's also still working on things and knowing how to continue to expand his arsenal. That changeup has a lot to do with it. This is a good guy to throw it to. Love that he went back to it.
2-2 pitch. He went around.
Got him, yes!
Couple of your Mid-America Chevy dealers. By Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card. Earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases. Terms apply. And by BJC Healthcare. You deserve extraordinary care. Kyle Leahy settling in. And he struck out 3 in 3 innings. The Cardinals get a Brian Torres homer. To Zip, and now the top of the order comes a calling again against Tyler Phillips for Miami.
Segment number 26, G.G. with the
Crowd at the
Wolves.
ballpark today. Fans enjoying this hot summer Sunday. Good day to work on your tan and catch a Cardinals winner.
I might have to get out there, work on this cinnamon tan. That's a good way to do it too. You got the water, you got the, I think they got the little spray machine there. Might have a bubble machine as well. Who doesn't like bubbles? Bubbles are fun to play with.
That's right, Eddie. Watch. Dumping the water on top of your sister's head.
Good call. Also have the fan neck thing. If you want, or sit in the green seats. You can always go behind. You can cool it down a little bit. Life is good at the ballpark. I don't care how hot it is. You're going to have a good day when you come to the yard.
Downstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. As we said, we head to Atlanta and Chicago for a quick 6-game road trip. As JJ didn't get that.
Does it do the
He is retired
485
for number 1. Next chance to hang out at Busch Stadium will be when the Brewers come to town. Remember, we had a rainout with Milwaukee earlier this season. That's going to be a critically important 5-game series with Milwaukee here, then Atlanta, and then the All-Star break. So we hope all the Cardinals fans will come out for those 2 big series before we take our 4-day All-Star break.
Yeah, you want this place rocking when those teams are in town.
On the ground, Herrera to third. Paulie has plenty of time. And Burley's next.
This is the 21 Alex Paulson.
And some tough luck, hit a line drive to left. It chased Hernandez to the edge of the warning track.
I wonder if Phillips will kind of change up how he attacks him. It was a split finger that he really stayed on. I mean, he hammered that the other way. Does he try to sneak a fastball in on him? Sweeper backed up.
Phillips a 1-2 record, a 3.09 ERA. It's not sometimes how you pitch, but when. He seems to pick the days where the Marlins don't score. He's gotten 2 or fewer runs of support in every game he started. That trend has continued through 3 innings for him today. It's 2-0 St. Louis. Towards center. Marcy, an awkward route. Recovers, though, at the edge of the track and makes the play. Let's check out the BJC Healthcare Injury Report. The Cardinals, knock on wood, have escaped many critical injuries so far in the first half.
Yeah, they have. Ryan Fernandez, he pitched a couple of days ago at Memphis. Unfortunately, Ramon Urias had a setback during rehab. He was transferred to the IL. I don't care also how hot it is. There's always a good day for nachos. That is the home plate nachos there, Chip. You ever had those? Instead of a chip base, that is a tater tot base.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I have not had those.
Set you free right there.
I guarantee you that somewhere Chris Tuno is sitting enviously hoping for a big plate of that.
Oh no, he's hustling over there to get him some home plate nachos. Extra jalapenos for me too. Get in. If you're gonna do it, do it. I don't care how hot it is. You can get an ice cream afterwards. Call it a nice day. There's Tunes. Oh, you hear him chirping his order. Home plate nachos. Give me 2. Look at that. Dang, we're gonna have to make a run.
Ballpark buffet feature this year after we checked out all the other offerings around the major leagues last year.
They got some good stuff around the league.
I would imagine that would be at the top of just about any visiting broadcasts list.
Yeah. Anything with tater tots is hard. Like, you like tater tots, right? It's hard to trust somebody that doesn't like a tater tot. Like, unless you have some sort of an allergy to potatoes, which I'm not even sure is a thing. I'm sure it is. Like, not like, hey, I'm trying to watch my carbs. Like, do you have like a real allergy?
Swinging a shot, hit toward right. And
Got him, yes!
Good job. Cross split all 3 outfield spots on this homestand. And looked like he's played right field forever on that deep drive. 1 away.
They also have out in left field on the concourse, Chip, they got those bacon wrapped hot dogs.
Yeah, we had Aaron Trowbridge, our great audio guy, earlier today. Did something that I've not seen done. We had some hamburgers available to us for lunch. Aaron went down to the press room today where they were serving breakfast, brought some sausages up, and cut the sausages lengthwise and put those on top of his hamburger.
Yes, I had not seen that before either. It seems like a delicious option. That's like brunch, basically. But I have not done that. Would you? Would you combine those two forces?
Yeah, why not? I mean,
it's basically the same thing twice. Yeah, it's fine.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, one of our favorite features last year was when Mark Sweeney was with me in Denver, and Mark got to try the Rocky Mountain oysters.
Yeah, he was housing those bad boys too. And he found out what they were.
Yeah, he didn't know.
Yeah,
that was the best part of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Wasn't sure if it was a taste or texture thing that.
Did you eat them too?
No.
I'm not an adventurous food person. I'll tell you, I'll be the first to admit.
Yeah, it's one of those, you know what it is, that kind of puts a damper on the experience.
But, I mean, everybody's got their specialties. A lot of things they eat are probably not the best of things.
2-2 pitch. That just missed, full count. That's what they say about scrapple and fill it up.
Yes.
Everything but the squeal.
Yeah, a lot goes on in that thing, but yet I hear delicious. I haven't tried the scrapple either, I'll be honest.
I'll take somebody's word for that one. The pitch. Swing!
Got him, yes!
He's on a roll. He's punched out 4. And he is set down 7 straight.
Bottom of his own, really good slider here from Kyle Leahy. Chip, we were talking about it earlier. The need to be able to throw breaking stuff specifically in the zone and get some swing and miss, get some of it there.
And we've talked about growth of these young Cardinals players. Leahy was the subject of that today, as Griffin Conine took a fastball and was struck out his first time up. Learning how to adjust when you have a long first inning. Leahy threw 27 pitches. Since then, he's been on a nice roll. He's allowed just 1 base runner. Much more effective, much more in command. His stuff is crisp and sharp. And now he's getting some soft contact, too.
Got him, yes!
74 pitches for Leahy. Maybe he can get through 6. As the Cardinals lean on a 2-run homer from that man in Game 3. For the Cardinals Care 50-50 raffle, one lucky winner wins half the jackpot. The other half supports kids in our St. Louis community. Visit cardinals.com/5050 for your tickets.
Wakefield to number 21 lawsuits bar.
Is that a fan or is that a radio?
Oh, it's a fan for sure. What if it's both, though? Do they make those, like those neck fans that are also a radio? I mean, it seems like something that it would be well worth doing.
Another $1 million idea that we just
Well, I'm going to write that
tossed
down.
out there for somebody to...
Don't take that now. Now, I guess it would be kind of one unless somehow you're the only one hearing it. That'd kind of be rude if it's just like a radio that you wear on your neck that you sit next to other people. Chances are they don't all want to hear what you're listening to, unless it's the broadcast.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And I think somebody told that guy, hey, you're on TV. Just see how I look quickly up to the left?
It's good looking out for people. Yeah, those neck fans are sweet.
Popped up left side, Lopez drifting out. Hernandez calls him off and makes the catch.
This was on the
Phillips
zero
has a nice
bases
run
win.
going. He's set down 7 straight after the home run. There he is.
There he sees himself. Got a TV right above him, that baby. Got all the Cardinal swag on, too.
Mason Wynn with a base hit his first time. Pops that one out of play. And off to our right.
That'll get me thinking more about fan ideas. I'm thinking Bluetooth technology, take your phone calls right from it.
Okay.
Again, you know, probably rude to talk on your phone out loud, but deal with it. By the way, if you are a talk on your phone, like a speakerphone while you're walking around in public, will you stop, please? Just your public service announcement. Really? Stop it. Yes, nobody wants to hear your freaking conversation. Are you kidding me? That's just rude. Or if you're an elevator talker on the phone, get out. And I got another one for you, okay? If we have time here. There isn't 2 outs. The talk on the phone in the bathroom guy. Are you serious? You ain't just gonna go sit there on the phone, are you?
It's like we're having pitch
Nobody
comp
knows?
issues.
Nobody knows what's going on in here?
Pitch comp issues going on.
Nobody knows what's going on here either. I think we had a pitch count problem.
Probably need that fan, Bluetooth fan. That would help everybody on the field.
You put a lot into this phone conversation stuff. I'm going to let you ponder that a little longer as we step aside for a quick word from BJC Healthcare. 206, and you still look cool in that hat.
That is a fact.
Too short. Lopez has it. Double clutches. But a strong throw. 8 up, 8 down.
The field's in between
Torres has the
points.
homer that has put the Cardinals in front. Let's check out the metrics on StatCast, powered by Google Cloud.
Ryan Torres got himself a 2-0 sinker down and in, and boy, that was a sweet swing right there from the rookie. StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. 364-foot shot into the right field seats to give the Cardinals the lead.
We've talked about the breakout season for Jordan Walker. We've talked about the continued growth of Alec Burleson as an offensive player. We also touched briefly in our opening comments about some of the youngsters that have come up and provided some highlights. This guy is certainly one of them. That home run and base hit in his first big league game against the Reds. One part of it, the fact, Brad, that he had such persistence. 11 years in minor league and independent league ball combined before Torres got a sniff of the major leagues, and he has made the most of it.
Pretty easy guy to root for, isn't he? I mean, when you go through that, you want to keep playing.
This one shot to right, and that will be caught by Saturday night at Busch Stadium with your theme ticket. Fans take home a house scarf of their choice. Tickets and details at cardinals.com/theme. If you're wondering why we're showing Jordan Walker with that promo, very cute feature that Cardinals Insider showed us earlier in the series with Jordan and his brother acting out a Harry Potter scene at their house in Atlanta with the wands and everything, special effects for a school project. Jordan's a big Harry Potter fan.
Yeah, the whole family. That was a really neat thing that they were able to put together at a young age.
That one's going to rocket over the head of Nathan Church. Owen Casey on his way to second. That's the first Marlins hit of the game. And they've got a runner at second to start the fifth inning. That ball found another gear as it rocketed toward the gap.
I'll take a look at it from Kyle Leahy. Just stayed up in the zone. His fastball has been playing effective in the top of the zone, but maybe a little bit higher.
Next up, Graham Pauley. He's the third baseman. He's made a couple of nice plays at the hot corner, but is 0 for 1.
That's why Graham Pauley.
Casey's 12th double has him in scoring position, and that just missed. A rare first pitch miss for the Cardinals starter. Leahy threw 27 pitches in the first inning. He's thrown 50 pitches since.
It's a great adjustment.
That one down the right field line. Trouble if it's fair. It is, and it is. It'll bounce into the seats. That'll be a ground rule double, and that will score the first Marlins run. So back-to-back doubles. Pauley drives home home his 11th run and the lead cut in half.
Yeah, back-to-back doubles, back-to-back pitches that are elevated in the strike zone. It's something we talked about in that first inning. The Marlins had fouled off a couple at the top of the zone, but inevitably, if you make enough mistakes in the middle of the plate, they're going to make you pay for it. It's kind of been the case this inning, certainly the case with that breaking ball. Graham Pauley smashes this down the line.
So his second RBI of the series. That brings up Navarreto, the catcher. This is his second game as a Marlin. Let's see if he
quiet,
bunts.
Navarreto
rolls it foul. They're starting to pull the tarp off the bullpen mound in right for St. Louis. Let's see if somebody starts to play catch here as Leahy on a hot day will make his 80th pitch. There's a bunt back to the mound. There's only one play. That was
God, yes.
So the Marlins have the tying run 90 feet away. What's the key to getting a bunt down in that situation?
First of all, it's squaring up early, right? You square up early, you get to the front of the box. There's no mystery in what you're trying to do. You set the bat angle early, and you try not to be too fine. That's one of the big keys. When you're trying to put it perfectly on the line, you end up getting in trouble. He does get it out there early, puts it in between the mound and third base, makes the pitcher grab it.
12th sacrifice for the Marlins offense. That one perfectly executed, and now Jacob Marcy is the batter. Cardinals will buy some time for the bullpen, which starts to get loose. Looks like JoJo Romero is throwing in front of the mound for the moment. He might get hot in a hurry with Stowers and Edwards lurking here in the Miami fifth. Sunday for the kids on July 12th, our final game before the All-Star break against the Braves. That day, kids aged 12 and under take home a replica Cardinals jersey. That's thanks to Stiefel. Youth medium and youth extra large sizes are available while supplies last. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/promotions.
Well, Chip, here we go for Leahy, third time around. This is something that he had struggled with early in the season, a 14.4 ERA. But the last two outings, he has been a lot better third time around. Only a 3 ERA, 3 innings, only 1 earned run for Kyle Leahy the third time through.
And how has he allowed just 2 hits? Well, he's thrown strike 1 to virtually every hitter. He's 14 of 18 in getting ahead with a first pitch strike in the game. Marcy had a big cut, didn't get it. He's down a strike. Bat pop caught at second. JJ.
God, yes.
Big pitch for Leahy. He saws off Marcy. There's your second out.
Good four-seam fastball in the kitchen, up and in. If this thing rides over the plate, if it comes back over, you're in some real trouble. This one, probably a broken bat there by Marcy. A lot of soft contact. Nice play by JJ to retreat, take a couple of steps. Big-time pitch for Leahy.
But we're not out of the woods yet. Ada Lopez is next. He's 0 for 2. Another third one-run game.
Shortstop. This is
Another
Otto
first pitch strike.
Lopez.
Can you talk about growth? Leahy had 2 on in the first inning. Got out of that. Back-to-back doubles, gives up a run. Now a man at third, 2 outs with the lead. And you like the attack. He's quickly ahead of the league's best hitter, 0-2. And by best hitter, I mean by average. .336, the impressive mark for Otto Lopez coming into Game 3. Change the eye level. Now what does he do? 1-2, Bradley.
Yeah, first of all, I like the idea with going with a fastball right there in that spot. I honestly don't hate the idea of doing it again, running that sinker down and away from him. I think that they might try, though, the sweeper to get him to totally expand on it away.
The 1-2.
changeup instead. That one got where he wanted it to also. He was trying to really get that on the outer half, wanted him to swing on top of it. He's used that a few times now, right on right.
Let's see what Paez cooks up for Kyle Leahy. Checks the runner at third. That's Graham Pauley, the pitch. Swing!
Got him, yes!
Works around back-to-back doubles in a sacrifice, and he protects the lead. Juan Lopez, first strikeout in a good long time. It came in a big spot for the Cardinals, who still lead in the fifth. Nice job by Kyle Leahy to allow just one run. Back-to-back doubles for Miami. They leave the tying run stranded in the top of the fifth inning. Now the Cardinals look to get that run back here. Blaze Jordan, Nathan Church, Pedro Paez are coming up. It's tough to come by today. It's oppressively hot. Tarps off. Crowd hanging in there and right. No, they've got the tarps off at the pool across the way at One Cardinal Way. That's a little low. Earlier I saw on one of the scoreboards they deceptively had the temperature listed at about 78 degrees. Maybe trying to make everybody feel, oh, there you go, cooler than it is.
Well, that didn't work.
Maybe that's the humidity.
That's what they used to do when I would pitch. They'd be like, oh, okay, let's make it look like it's like 87 just to fool the opposition. That's more like it.
Yeah.
We're going to be Blaze Jordan.
If it gets that hot, we're in trouble. The pitch. That's fouled away. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The 2-run shot by Torres, the difference in this ball game. I think that Jordan's throwing the ball very well, though. I'm sorry, Phillips throwing the ball very well. Jordan trying to hang on here with 2 strikes.
And pops it up into center. Marcy's been busy. His glasses are gleaming. And he's got that. It's 10 in a row, retired by Phillips.
He's using that split finger a lot. A lot of the outs have come on that pitch, and not all of them have been great, but it's just the change of speed that's getting some of the Cardinal hitters out in front. So
you're to number 27, Nathan Church.
You into Lumberton?
I'm not.
Me neither. I don't know anything about Lumberton.
I did some research on Lumberton Township.
Of course you did.
Did you know that a few short years ago that per capita, Lumberton Township, New Jersey, was the #1 transaction place for eBay?
No, why would I know that? Why? What?
I don't know.
That doesn't even make sense.
They had more transactions in a period of time in Lumberton Township, New Jersey than any other place in the country on a per capita basis.
That's interesting.
This guy toward left. It's going to be 11 up, 11 down as Church is retired, 2 away.
What if they get a sign for
Just
that?
with
or
the
something?
43 page
Welcome
of
to Lumberton,
Pajas.
home of eBay. A lot of things put up on eBay. Maybe they were early adopters to eBay. Like they jumped in, like this whole area. Like one friend tells a friend, you know, it's like, hey, you got to get in on this. Kind of like insider trading early, probably.
Yeah.
Hey, you should do this.
Yeah, I missed out on Netflix that way a few years ago. That would have been nice.
You had somebody drop you a little Netflix nugget? What an idiot. Oh, my goodness. Got this little thing called Apple. Sounds stupid.
Yeah, right?
One ball, one strike. Bitcoin, okay. It's at what now?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, it's gone down, but still.
Nobody ever reminds me of it either. That's the best
Oh,
part.
that's good. From their yachts.
2 balls and a strike. Hey, did you notice the construction across the way?
Yeah, they're starting to take the top off over at the Millennium. I am fascinated by a lot of things, and that's one of them. Like, how do you tear that bad boy down? Well, they're doing a great job. I had asked if they'd just let me implode it. The answer was no.
Piece by piece, down it comes. Going to be part of the continued renaissance of downtown St. Louis. Or when the project really gets into high gear, connecting downtown to the Arch grounds, that'll be spectacular. And of course, those beautiful views of the Mississippi River. Pajas didn't mean to and taps back to the mound. And that will retire the Cardinals in order. They've got to cover 4 innings today. JoJo Romero, the first answer on Chevy called to the bullpen, Brad. After Kyle Leahy went 5 innings and gave up only 1 run.
Well, Kyle going 5 in that ball game was big, especially after that long first inning for Kyle Leahy on a very hot day. I thought some of his stuff looked as good as we've seen it all season long. He had back-to-back very good outings against Arizona and San Diego, and yet again gave the Cardinals a chance to win. Hopefully they're able to add on to it, and JoJo and company can keep the Marlins off the bases.
It starts with Kyle Stowers, then switch hitting Xavier
Just
Edwards,
between
Roberto
Kyle
Hernandez.
Stowers.
The 3 left-handers scheduled on the Marlins lineup card. And a good start. 2 pitches should take care of the DH. JJ at second has
Got him, yes!
rest of the way. You figure Brule's down today after a long outing last night. You've got JoJo to handle the bulk of the lefties, but after that, if you have to face them in the 8th or 9th, what's the option if you need it there?
Yeah, I think that if you're looking for a righty against the lefties, it's going to be George Soriano. George has got that changeup that keeps him at bay. Also got that good fastball that he can put where he wants to. I think that ends up being your answer. He can bridge one of those innings for you and goes potentially, depending on how you want to lay it out, him and Stanek, however it falls, and then have Riley waiting for the 9th.
Edwards with a 1-out single to center. That's just the 3rd Marlins hit of the game, but he represents the tying run. And Heriberto Hernandez is next. JoJo's been on a nice roll. He looks a little more like himself. Of course, this time of year, if you're not scoring a lot of runs and hovering around 500, you can build in some rest for your late inning big guns in relief. So he should be ready to go, and he'll get a day of rest tomorrow, and then that opener with the Braves on Tuesday is coming up. And with all the left-hand thunder they've got, you need JoJo at the top of his game, especially at Truist Park. There's a good pitch, change up, evens it up.
That has been his
Look
big
at
swing and miss pitch, especially against the
downstairs.
right-handed batters. That tails away. He's getting about a 34% whiff rate on that thing.
Runner goes, good jump. Pitch a strike, throw a second, a strike, and not in time. Edwards swipes his 12th. Terrific throw. The tag at second. Let's see if the Cardinals take a peek.
Be another great look at it. Definitely a bang play. Does look like that hand just barely sneaks in. That sliding mid of Edwards.
So the Marlins continue to take advantage on the base pass. Church on the run.
Got him, yes!
Center throws back towards second. That ball went up. Looked like he was stunned for a second, but then his speed allowed him to catch up and haul in that Hernandez drive for the second out.
Yeah, Churchy ended up getting on this one very quickly. Ball was struck well. This ball's hit hard, 105 off the bat out to center field. You know that Hernandez hits the ball well. That first step, a good one though for Church.
He's going to go to the bench. They'll take Griffin Conine down and bring on Javier Sanoa. We saw Sanoa yesterday. He had a big day, a 3-hit game 2.
Well, Sanoa is not a big power guy. Only 2 home runs on the season. Both of those homers, though, have come against the lefties. 268 the average, those 2 homers. Another guy that he puts the ball on play. This guy is very difficult to strike out.
It's Javier Sanoa.
He has not struck out in his last 21 at-bats. Time to change that. We'll take it out of any kind. The Cardinals are going to challenge this one.
The catcher is challenging the pitch.
ABS powered by T-Mobile. Let's see if Pedro is right. Top of the zone.
Taylor just 1 shot remaining.
It's even 3 apiece. The Cardinals lead where it counts. And I continue to be amazed at the accuracy of the umpires, the catchers, and the hitters, and how well they know the strike zones, Brad. How many times have we seen a pitch overturned or called correctly by 1/10 of 1 inch?
Oh, you're right. You're right. It to me has highlighted how good some of these guys are. That a good pitch. A changeup right there on the corner.
Sanoa didn't challenge. That costs him a strike. Now JoJo in command of the count with Edwards at second. The pitch. Swing and a miss.
Got him, yeah.
Sanoa's long streak without a strikeout. The Cardinals protect a 1-run lead in Game 3, and the top of the order is coming up.
How long do Georgians have to wait? How far do we have to drive? How many have to...
Tim, I customized your insurance so you wouldn't have to ask what if. It's simple human sense. Oh, nice. Ask your independent agent if auto owners make sense for you.
What if? Good to go!
Before the Cardinals add to their lead in the 6th inning, let's check in on Nolan Gorman with Memphis.
Would love to see that, especially to the opposite field. His second home run since getting sent down. Remember, when he first got down, there was no game action for him. They were revamping the swing a little bit, so happy to see some good news and some good results there for Nolan Gorman. We know how dangerous he can be.
J.J. Weatherholt leads off the St. Louis 6th. Cardinals could use some more offense. Tyler Phillips is set down 12 straight.
J.J. Weatherholt.
Cardinals got back-to-back hits in the second. Mason win a single, then Brian Torres a 2-run homer, and that's all she wrote. J.J. started the game with a base hit. Stole second in the first inning, was left stranded there. And lines this one over shortstop.
Yes!
Multi-hit game for Weatherholt. That snaps the string of 12 in a row for Phillips. And a chance for the Redbirds to add on here. Ivan Herrera is next. He's 0 for 2.
This is the 2085 Herrera.
Yeah, he's one of 15 major leaguers to play in every game this season. And for Ivan, that's 81 games. Keep in mind, he's been hit by a pitch 22 times. He told me, except for a couple of bumps and bruises along the way, he feels great. And he wants to keep playing every day. He told me when I first came up, I barely played. All I wanted to do was to get in a game. And then I think about all the young players back home in Panama waiting for their chance. He said, I will never take it for granted. I don't want a day off.
That's a great attitude and great results as well for Herrera. He's third in the league in on-base percentage, in large part because he's been hit so much. He's top 10 in runs scored, top 10 in walks.
Incredibly likable guy to be hit 22 times. There are some guys just like, man, he leads the league in hit by pitches. Like, yeah, I bet. Not one, not him.
Want to name names?
No, don't have any examples. There's just some guys where you just look at him like that face. I can see it for sure. Cardinals don't have any of those guys, obviously. Marlon's got a couple.
2 balls, no strikes. The pitch. And a breaking ball to beauty. 2-1 your count. That's why Don Baylor, one of the nicest guys, one of the toughest guys in baseball, he got hit a lot. Craig Biggio, another guy.
He was on the dish. I mean, he didn't care at all. He had that big elbow pad. He was not afraid to take one off that bad boy. He was a tough dude. I used to love watching Craig Biggio play.
On the ground at third again. Sanoa to second one, and the turn to first, dug out by Paulie, and it's around the horn.
The 41
for
hours
2 for
ball.
Marlins, just like that, 2 outs in the 6th. your Cardinals wardrobe. Friday, July 10th, the Cardinals take on the Braves. That night, fans take on the Cardinals Garage shirt. That's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Details at cardinals.com/promotions.
Smart move right there. You got the little one. Bring the umbrella.
Burleson lifted out of play. He's behind 0-2. Burley's trying to extend his on-base streak, 26 in a row. What I like about this guy is he is a perfectionist. On the ground to second, he rolls over that one, and after the leadoff single, the Cardinals' sixth comes to a close. We're late in game 3. Braves. Brad, that's our Budweiser. What's on tap?
You know how good the Braves have been. They're scoring runs. They're pitching, especially the bullpen. You are in some trouble if you find yourself at a deficit late in the ball game against the Bravos. They're going to be another big challenge for this young Redbird team. This road trip, Atlanta, Chicago to face the Cubs over 4th of July weekend, then back home again. And Brewers for 5, Braves again. No breathing room here, Chip.
Story Ruiz pinch hits in the 7th inning. Marlins will take Casey down and go with the right hand hitting Ruiz. Then you've got Paulie and Navarreto next. Ryan Stanek is up in the Cardinals bullpen. See how far Ali lets Romero go here. There's a strike. One strike. Base is empty. And a beauty. This has been a part of a lineup that has been problematic for the Cardinals pitching staff.
The biggest difference in this series, really. 10 for 26, 385 clip. On the flip side, the bottom of the order for the Cardinals, 1 for 21 coming into action today.
Toward left. Torres back. He
got it, yes! Simple visit, looks like wide ground. Paulie.
This is your first out in the 7th inning. And now Paulie's going to be taken down. The Marlins, playing the strict platoon, will go to the bench here for the 3rd time in the game. Paulie's day ends. 1 for 2 with an RBI double. Leo Jimenez grabs a bat. This could work out well for the Cardinals. You get all these left-handed bats out of the game, and if the lineup card flips toward the bottom, well, you've got your right-handers ready to be unleashed in the late innings.
Leo Jimenez. And it's pitching change side by Oliver Marmol.
Ticket can select either an exclusive Oscar the Grouch bobblehead or a plush Grover. Your choice. Get your tickets at cardinals.com/theme.
I'm glad to see Oscar the Grouch get some love on that one. I think that if I had to pick between the two, I'm going Oscar on this one.
I heard through unnamed sources that you do a really good Elmo impression.
Probably not true. Can't do it. Won't do it.
That's a bummer. Ryan Stanek.
Well, we'll see.
Next answer, the Chevy call to the bullpen. Leo Jimenez takes outside. 1 ball, no strikes.
You know me, I just do sound effects now.
True.
Yeah, it's my new thing.
Yeah, I was talking about that with you before the game.
Yeah, we were talking about some different pitchers, and I was saying, man, that guy, like, other guys, not so much. None of our guys talking about. None of the Marlins guys either, so okay. But sometimes you can't just describe a pitch without a noise that attaches to it.
1 ball, 1 strike. Stanek pounds the zone there and is ahead 1-2. Miami's left 5 on base. They had some early chances in the game. They got 3 walks in the first 2 innings. Couldn't cash any of those in. Kyle Leahy pitched terrifically today. 5 innings of 1 run, 2 hit ball. And struck out 5 men. So Stanek facing the 8th and 9th place hitters for the Marlins. 2-1 Cardinals lead it. St. Louis bidding for victory number 43 on the season. And a chance to jump ahead of Miami in this very tight wild card chase. Over 37,000 fans here today. 37,779 and the gate count. Many of them undercover.
Yeah, they're taking a little shelter in the shade on the concourse.
On the ground, that's going to sneak through for a base hit. So Jimenez with a pinch hit single that evens up the hits 4 apiece. He's aboard the tying run. And the Marlins are going to go to the bench again.
Another lone survivor coming in. It's going to be Mack in on the action. Joe Mack, their backup catcher.
So the Marlins have exhausted all of their bench players. Mack a single and a run scored yesterday.
So Mac.
Walked and scored in the other game of the series. Swing and a miss. So now the pendulum of advantage, at least on paper, swings to the Marlins side. You got Mack from the left side here, then left-handed next. 2-1 St. Louis the lead. Yet another one-run game for both of these ball clubs. The Marlins are 12-8 in one-run games. This one squib right to short. Mason's got it easy.
Got him, double play.
And St. Louis looking for its 15th one-run victory this season. That's a good way to do it. We go to the stretch. St. Louis Cardinals baseball is presented by Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card. Earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases. Terms apply. By State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And by Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Nice ball game. Hot day in St. Louis. It's a 2-1 score. Let's see if the Redbirds in their half of the seventh can extend this lead. Cardinals will have Newbar, Wynn, and Torres coming up.
It's in between Whitefield to the between laws.
That's the story today, but he's doing his level best to keep them alive.
He's so good, keeping the pitch count down too, sitting right here at 79 pitches. Like we talked about coming into it, he has leaned heavily on his secondary stuff. The split finger, the sweeper, the curveball, all have been tight here for Phillips.
Wholesale defensive changes for Miami as Lars Nootbaar leads off. And he also leads off our Honda home run inning. If one of these Cardinals can go deep, your Gateway Honda dealers will make a $1,000 donation to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Just keep on throwing spin balls. It has been very effective in this series. It's been very effective this month. 2 pitch is bounced toward first. Jimenez feeds the pitcher. He's one of those defensive changes.
Okay,
He's used
shortstop
three
to the
different
zero
first basemen
base,
today.
and
Players retired. 1 man out. Mason Wynn, let's update our Bet365 betting odds today. Can Mason make it a multi-hit affair? He singled and scored ahead of the Torres homer in the second. Phillips, 6 1/3 innings. That's a new high for the season. And they do have action in their bullpen. Popped up shallow right. Ruiz coming in. He's near the line and squeezes
Left
back.
field to number 39, Brian Torres.
So here's our BJC Healthcare difference maker. It came around in the second inning.
Well, it's been a difference in this game, that's for sure. It was a 2-0 sinker down and in that he just dropped the head. Was able to get to a third home run of the season for Torres. The rookie keep having some memorable moments. The reps for him have been few and far between, but he's been ready for them.
Pops this one up toward left. Hernandez calls everybody off, and a 7-pitch. Deploy their bullpens, especially when one of your left-handers is unavailable today. The Cardinals have already used Jojo Romero, so now they bring in George Soriano to answer the Chevy call to the bullpen. And there's a good reason why Soriano is capable against those left-handed opponent hitters.
Yeah, the changeup's been a big difference maker for him. George Soriano been really good all season long against both lefties and righties, but Ollie, Dusty really trust him in the spot. Left-hander is coming into action against him, hitting 156 with a 516 OPS against Soriano. He'll face 2 of them out of the first 3 batters.
And in a season where there have been so many very pleasant surprises, I think we'd be doing George a disservice if we didn't talk about how important he has been and what a find he has been for the Cardinals scouting department and Dusty Blake and his pitching staff.
I think that's a great point. They picked him up from the Nationals. Granillo went the other direction in that trade, and this was a guy that he had big league time with the Marlins the last couple of years, but really hadn't found it. The stuff had always been there, but I think that first of all, on a personal level, he's done a good job of better honing his stuff, and I feel like the Cardinals have done a really good job of aiding him along the way, building up the reps, building up that confidence to get him into a role like this.
And here he is when you talk about how roles are earned over the course of a long season, and again, we're just halfway through. Did you ever imagine seeing George Soriano pitching the 8th inning of a 1-run game in relief? Not that he couldn't, but that wasn't his role.
Certainly didn't know what to expect, right? And I think that is safe to say about a lot of this roster is don't know what to expect. Let's see what it is. And what it is a talented arm that's starting to figure it out. And look, same thing a couple of years ago. If you'd have said that Riley O'Brien is closing out games for you, I think there'd be a bit of a pause. You know that the stuff has always been great, but being able to harness it and then have that confidence to throw it within the zone. We've seen Riley O'Brien just grow leaps and bounds over the last year plus.
Up the middle, Mason positioned perfectly. And a laser takes care
Got
of
him,
Mason
yes.
for number 1. We know George would like a little revenge. The Marlins beat him on the 26th. Gave up a couple of runs in an inning.
Was on
Over
the
through
6th, Otto
27
Lopez.
pitches.
2 hits, then that quick rain delay came down. Still the best hard pull of the season. Bill Finley and his group knew the rain was coming, saved the field before it came, and it came down hard.
Well, they'll get a break the next few days. We're told the weather in St. Louis is going to be really hot while we're out of town.
I'm not sure if that's a break or not. They got to figure out a way to keep the grass from dying. I don't know how that works in my house. I wouldn't want their water bill, that's for sure.
No balls and a strike. Remember earlier in the season, the Cardinals resodded the entire field as Pages took a shot right to the chin.
Oh, it's his mask.
Anytime that thing bounces straight back out towards the mound, you know that there was no glancing blow.
Plays like that are why Tom Mee, our great director, is behind the camera. When Tom was toiling away in the minor leagues as a catcher, they didn't wear masks back then.
Does explain quite a few things.
No balls, 2 strikes, bases empty, 2-1. Swing and
Got him, yes.
It's been a difference-making pitch for him, and he's not afraid to use it. Good result.
Yeah, that toy is not just for the left-hander. Chevy pitch track. That's it. Look, it looks like the fastball out of the hand. The bottom drops out.
Kyle Stowers is next. Base is empty for him. Gotta respect his power. He's hit 8 homers.
8 homers, 7 of them though against right-handed pitch.
That's the
Only
only
one
way
against the
Kyle
lefty. Boy, didn't look to
Stowers.
pick up that changeup well.
And time is called. I've said it before. I really love the same arm side changeup, the righty-righty, lefty-lefty. It's a pitch that you didn't see an awful lot of in the big leagues. But to your point, another weapon for these pitcher arsenals that continue to grow.
Well, and it makes a lot of sense. Generally, your changeup grip is going to mimic your whichever fastball you throw the most grip, right? So you're going to have that same spin profile, but then take about 10 miles an hour off of it. That's effective to both sides.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Marlins have 2 challenges remaining. That was a close pitch. Stowers didn't offer. Now the 1-2 is
Got him, yes.
impressive inning for Soriano. He strikes out 2 of 3 in the 8th inning. Cardinals look for some home insurance up a run. To the bottom of the 8th inning, it's a 2-1 Cardinals game. Tyler Phillips has made just one mistake, and here he is, Brad, going to work in the 8th inning today.
Yeah, what a performance here by Tyler Phillips on what is a very muggy, hot day in St. Louis. Still out there, 87 pitches.
He has gone 9 innings before. That was on July 27th of 24. He was with the Phillies. That came against Cleveland. He's given up just 4 hits. One of them left the park. Nice play, Sanoa. That ball found him. The throw off target. Jimenez off the bag. Makes the catch.
So field number 27, Nathan Church.
And again, big picture for Miami. Win or lose, Phillips has done something incredibly important. They're going to Colorado and Sacramento. He is saving their bullpen for their next 7 games.
I'm sure that's part of the thinking, too, for Clayton McCullough, their manager, that, look, the way that he's throwing the ball, he doesn't show any signs of laboring to this point, and they might need to use some guys over the next week. This is a big-time job here by Phillips.
No balls at a strike for Nathan Church, who's flied out to left twice. Cardinals have it set up for Riley O'Brien with the 4, 5, 6 hitters in the Marlins 9th. St. Louis trying to avoid a sweep. In fact, the Marlins have swept the Cardinals just twice in a series in the all-time history head-to-head. That was back in the mid-1990s. 2-1 count. Both these teams are going to sleep well tonight. Heat index of 106 at first pitch.
Right, Chip? It's a cooler climate in Atlanta.
That'd be great. No problem. At the confluence of the Chattahoochee River and I-45. As Church singles up the middle. A 1-out single for him. Cardinals have 5 knocks on the day. That's their 4th single.
Church gets the curveball. This
Yes,
is
number 43, Pedro Bajas.
good trust in the hands to stay back. Drives it right back up the box.
Phillips has got some excellent defense behind him in this game. Otherwise, the Cardinals might have a run or 2 more. Bajas got robbed in the 2nd inning. Graham Pauley made a sprawling stop and threw him out at first. Another cool thing about this game, Keith O'Brien, our great statistician, tells us that the Marlins, when they emptied their bench in the 7th inning, used 4 pinch hitters for the first time in a row. And the inning's going to continue for the Cardinals. Bajas with a single to left center, and we're in business. 1st and 3rd, 1 out. So action has begun in the Miami bullpen. Be the end of the line here as Kate Gibson, a lefty, is going to come on and face J.J. Weatherholt. And what a performance for Tyler Phillips today. He gave the Marlins everything he had. He got no run support.
And it's
He
changed
is going
side
to
by
hand
Clayton
ball to Clayton
McCullough.
McCullough and head to the dugout after.
project loan options.
Well, a great chance for the Cardinals with some contact in the outfield to extend their lead. Won't be easy. It's lefty-lefty with Cade Gibson. He's the first and only man to answer a call to the bullpen presented by Chevy for the Marlins today.
Well, you had mentioned the spin in general in the game. We saw Phillips with a lot of breaking stuff, highly effective breaking stuff. Gibson's going to throw a lot of that too. Sweeper, curveball predominantly his main two pitches.
Another multi-hit game for Weatherholt today. Church, the man 90 feet away with a big insurance run, and there's a big bender in for a strike. And Brian Torres' second inning homer is enough to this point. Riley O'Brien getting ready for the top of the ninth. Infield in for Miami. 2 balls and a strike. Savant, Gibson has the second highest spin rate on his sweeper in the game. You can see why that's tough for the left-hand hitters. A lot of movement on that pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
I was say that's what I'm trying to do, to keep you honest. That you start leaning, right? You start leaning over the plate, looking for that sweeper, trying to take advantage of that. That's when his fastball, usually it's going to be the sinker, 92, 94 arm side will keep you honest. I expect him to go right back to the sweeper, though, try to be down and away.
Snap throw to third, and it got it. Church wandered too far down the third base line and is thrown out.
This is a quick snap throw by Mack behind the plate.
And the Cardinals, yeah, they almost have to challenge this. That's a huge play if this call stands.
But tough to see from that angle. Does the right hand of Church get in?
And Oliver Marmol's get challenged.
Snow is fired up. He thinks Church is retired on Sunday. We'll see if this call stands. Remember, the call on the field was out. Here's a look right down the third base line. And Mack with a perfect throw. You make the call.
Looks like he's going to be out. I feel like that tag may have got him before that right hand sneaks in. That is a great play behind the plate, and one that can't happen over at third if this call does stand.
So MLB Replay Operations Center in the Big Apple, we presume. We'll take a long look at this.
After review, the call appeals confirmed. The runner
So that's not a call stands because they don't have the right angle. That's confirmed that Church wandered too far. Big play by Mack to keep it a 1-run game. So that bat that began with a runner in scoring position for the Cardinals for the first time since the first inning now means 3-2 for Weatherholt with a man at first. They don't hold Pajes at first. There he goes, and a swing and a miss sends us to the 9th inning. The Cardinals threaten but can't add.
Cardinal postgame is brought by CarShield. More pitching conversation. Of course, we're talking about Riley O'Brien set up here to close it out for the Cardinals.
Yeah, the guys have talked about the relief pitchers. This is set up for Riley O'Brien. Hard 3 outs to get, but it's imperative for them to get a win on this. This would be number 20 for Riley O'Brien.
All right, Chip, close it out, buddy.
All right, sounds good, Scotty. We'll do our part. Hopefully Riley will too. He's the next to answer a Chevy call to the bullpen, 4 in total. And the guys are right, Brad. Edwards, Hernandez, and Sanoa coming up in the ninth.
Well, you still want your guy to be on attack mode. That's been the biggest key. His stuff is so good. He's really not easy to elevate either with that super sinker of Riley O'Brien.
Xavier
First
Edwards.
pitch popped up into center. That's a good way to start the ninth inning.
Got him, yes!
You know about the Cardinals' success in the first half of the season, they played a ton of close games.
Yeah, 26-16 the record. Only the Astros and the Phillies with a better winning percentage than Ollie Marmol's club in these tight games. So it is something for a young group to be. I mean, we've used the term a lot, but they are battle tested. I mean, this is a group that is playing more times than not in these very close affairs.
Hernandez 0 for 3, 2 flyouts to center, and a strikeout. Measure the fellow save. Riley looking for his 20th save. There have been 10 Cardinals relievers with 20 or more saves before the All-Star break. Ryan Helsley, a couple of years ago, recall, had 32 saves in the first half of that season. Riley saved a game against Arizona through 17 pitches in that inning and was flawless. Marlins need a base runner. They've got a 2-0 count here, and now ball 3 to Heriberto Hernandez. Tough guy to walk. He's only done that 16 times this year. Figure automatic red light here, and Riley let that one rip at 98. For his second save against Miami this year. And that one popped out of the glove of Pages. Had his man beat. But Hernandez got just enough to stay alive. And that left thumb of Pages is barking.
It's a 97-mile-an-hour sinker, almost able to grab it. And you see when that glove flexes how much pressure that puts on the thumb. Another one fouled back.
Marlins today have had some long at-bats. Our way and just underneath. It'll be a 9-pitch sequence for Heriberto Hernandez.
Got him, yes!
Hernandez is going to challenge.
Hold on, you gotta take a look out. You gotta take a look.
It's either ball 4 or strike 3.
Yes, he lost the challenge. Ha ha.
Margins with the sweeper at the bottom of the zone for Riley O'Brien. Got 2 outs. That was a must challenge right there for Hernandez. Wow.
So 2 outs, base is empty. Sanoa is up. He struck out in his first trip. He was the first of 4 consecutive pinch hitters on the lineup card for the Marlins, something they had never done before until today. 37,000 plus standing as O'Brien just missed even count. From Ollie Marmol on his closer, Riley O'Brien. Colin McCullough needs a miracle late as they're down to their last strike.
It's obvious to the
A 2-2 pitch on the ground. Burley with a backhand.
we won, yes!
What a game. Great pitching, just enough hitting. And the defense for St. Louis, in large part, it's a happy flight to Atlanta, Brett, after a 2-1 victory at home.
And what a swing of the bat by that man, the rookie Torres with the 2-run shot.
Deals. And John, this incident just adding fuel to a growing debate over if the WNBA is doing enough to protect their players.
All right, Dana Marie McNichol. Thanks, Dana. Time now to take a look at some headlines from around the globe. In France.
It's because you've earned this summer. Now it's time to go get it.
Time will tell how that final stage will run. And in the stress of the strategy, the chase standings 9 to go to a running for a championship. We're green in Sonoma. Ty Gibbs getting after out front with Carson Hocevar. Through turn 2, 77 Hocevar jumps to the race lead. Down into turn 4. SVG down to the inside here. Just trying to get back in line. Battle for the lead up front, side by side. They're going to argue through the S's here. There will be a lot of arguing throughout the day for position. Give it to Ty Gibbs. Such a tricky corner right here. Really, really fast. Into turn 10 for the first time. McDowell right there to make
a move on the 77 here, entering turn 11.
Teammates from Spire, great qualifying yesterday. McDowell, tremendous on the road, up to second.
Contact to Joe Magano and the 16 of AJ Allmendinger down into turn 11. Getting to the inside of Magano up the hill here. Well, that's tight right there.
Inside turn 1, puts you outside in turn 2.
Then he's going to get the acceleration out of the corner of the 22 all over the curve. Gets a little bit loose and drive there.
Denny's been deflecting both the battle with Reddick and the battle with Ty Dillon in the tournament, but I believe he's put more effort than he wants to let on into the first course. That 11 looks good, and now we see McDowell to the rear bumper of the 54 of Ty Gibbs. A bit of a dive bomb by Allmendinger. It's going to work out against Chastain.
Larson out of line, getting a spot from Hocevar. And SVG coming with it.
And he's going to lose another spot there. There's Chastain in the one side by side with AJ. Two hard heads going through S's side by side.
You said they argued. That might be a shouting match between those two coming through the S's.
They're still fighting. It's going to be a tough spot for the one to keep around the outside of turn 10. But here they go, down into the braking zone of turn 11.
I might close my eyes here. 16 comes through. Allmendinger gets the spot. Chase Briscoe is right there. Hamlin right behind him.
He's going to fall behind there right in front of Briscoe.
Out front, and SVG right in the hip pocket of number 5, Kyle Larson.
He's got his hands full right now trying to keep this SVG behind him. SVG maybe get him to the inside here in the braking zone. He's going to wait, trying to set this pass up for turn 7. He's right there. And he's close enough for a dive into turn 7. Larson's going to fight though on the outside. Larson with a car length here. Not so easy, SVG.
This is our HBO Max onboard camera. Watching one of the best all-time work. Number 97, Shane Van Gisbergen, riding 4th right now for qualifying, 6th yesterday.
Yeah, these are some of the busiest feet in the series. You're going to watch him, unlike most, use his left foot on the clutch, a right foot breaker. Most drivers, really all drivers in the field, don't use the clutch on downshifts. It's unnecessary mechanically. SVG does from driving those GM supercars. There's a lot of conversation about whether how big of an advantage it is. I think the truth is we'll never know because SVG's not going to tell us.
What's going on with Kyle Larson, Danielle?
Well, I talked to him this morning, Adam. He said in practice the car felt like it was driving on ice. Super slick through turns 1 through 4. So he said I have to be careful during that session. But overall, I just need to do a better job being smooth. I watched film of SVG winning this race here last year, and he's just so smooth. I'm trying to replicate that smoothness. I did change my approach yesterday in practice. After watching SVG, I'm trying to recreate his line around this road course. Larson's a 2-time winner here, Adam, but never stops studying to get better.
He's going to school right now, trying to keep SVG behind him. Quite a project.
Yeah, he's done a good job the last lap here. A little bit of room between him and the 97. Doing 38 on the racetrack, had a little contact a moment ago. This is coming out of turn 4. A little arguing there again. We're going to see that all day long. As well, 35. Riley Herbst. Pretty aggressive back of the pack because you're always compromised. Side by side here with the 19 and 77 Hocevar. Hocevar has to stop, losing positions. He's going to get harder and harder pass, argue with these guys. He doesn't want to lose too much track position here. One conversation all weekend long. These Goodyear tires have a memory. If you abuse them, they lose some potential. You have to ask, did the 77 slide some tires early? And is he paying the penalty now later in the run?
Ty Gibbs started on the pole. He's led them all. Leading laps at Sonoma for the first time in his career. McDowell, SVG to 3rd. Larson, Allmendinger, your top 5 on TNT.
With Kalshi, you can tread
That's
on
not
anything.
taking TNT side by side.
Like I'm from Greece.
Full team audio and more. Watch NASCAR Driver Camp all season long only on HBO Max. Single onboard camera look into the eyes of Chris Buescher. Good on the road. Driver 17. Currently 17th in the running order. Saw it side by side. It changed for fourth while we were away. A.J. Allmendinger able to get around Kyle Larson.
Here down in a deep braking zone, turn 11. Look at the 16 spinning out almost into the corner. Uses the 5 to make the turn. 8 tires stick better than 4 in that case.
I think there was an elbow stuck out there as he came through.
I watched AJ all weekend in practice. I mean, the back of that car was so out of shape in all his braking zones. We watch a lot of action happening back here. Byron trying to get around the 22 Logano. Byron is quick in practice, trying to drive through the field here and try to take this spot away.
Well, you see the traffic stacked up behind the 77. When you look out in front of the 77, there's really clear track. I mean, and behind him, it is rush hour. Christopher Bell, the first in line to go by.
SC Bell had a little challenge on the racetrack. Let's take a look here. Up the hill, the 77, getting into the back bumper. Wow. Holy moly. Good night. You know, it's just a corner. You're heading up the hill, and that's just not something that you need to be doing. And, you know, turning somebody sideways in such a high-speed corner of the racetrack, well, that was probably a mistake. I don't know if the 20 may have gotten into the 77 at some point a lap before. It creates some frustration there, but
like most good hockey fights, you normally see the gloves come off. You don't see the 4 or 5 minutes leading up to it. You just wonder with the 20 of Bell if he can get back to the rear bumper of the 77. Was there some frustration, or did he make a mistake and kind of get checked up?
You see a lot of cars get loose to that part of the racetrack through turn 1 in practice.
Almost been an odd weekend for that. Like, I found the balance of this track being pretty, you know, the corners at least being pretty consistent which ones you fight. But this week, turns 1, 3 to 3A, these uphill areas look lower on rear grip than what I expect.
Let's get an update. Shane Van Gisbergen has settled into third so far, Marty.
Just a handful of laps in as we ride on board with Shane Van Gisbergen and the HBO Max camera. And he a moment ago said, quote, "We are not good." And Steve, the diagnosis later from SVG was we are too tight in the slow corners and too free on entry pretty much everywhere else. Steven Dorn made a ton of changes, way more than they normally make at a road course this morning to this 97 car. But early reports that the 97 driver is not very happy. But how do you fix that when you have kind of both sides of the coin when it comes to handling, Steve?
Well, I think it starts with being too tight. The front tires have to track what the driver wants to go. He has a pedal to fix the rear tires. That's going to be on him. But when he stirs that steering wheel, those front tires need to react. The car needs to track. That's what I would attack. Lean on that expertise, that egg under that throttle pedal. Test his talent.
They kind of did this last week. Opened the race, not handling well at all. Really complaining a lot about the car. And they made the adjustments necessary. He was super pleased with the race car in stage 2. So a chance they can get this thing turned around and get that car headed in the right direction.
You see the numbers on Ty Gibbs, really good on the road lately, leading today. Shannon, what's the story there?
He sure is. I talked to Tyler Allen, his crew chief, before the race. He told me he really felt like they had a complete car, obviously super fast in qualifying and really good in practice as well. He said energy tires, #1 thing for Ty Gibbs. And guys, they reminded him about that even before we took the green flag. He said, play the long game. He said, let the rest of those guys burn up their tires. You be smart. And even when he was under attack by Carson Hocevar, the word over the radio was our race. Just remember to be smart.
So many ingredients method will equal success when it comes to road course racing and NASCAR's top level. Look at this gaggle of cars just fighting everywhere.
Yeah, right now everybody for the most part playing pretty nice. I mean, we've seen a little bit of contact here and there, but that's going to go out the window here when we get through the first couple of stages in this race. We see a lot of contact up here at the top of turn 2 during moments like this.
How cool is this track elevation riding with Suarez to the top of the hill?
Well, it's a climb up to about 160 plus feet, but you also go down into turn 3. So you drive up into 2, down into 3, back up to 3B, down into turn 4. So it's like a roller coaster. And you really load the race car into the banking, and then you spin the rear tires up over the top of these hills. So hard to get the power down. Right here, you hear the short shift that Daniel does there. He can stay in that gear, but it just spins the rear tires to the headset. So he short shifts to another gear to really try to get some traction. Look at the rear spin right there. The tires just spinning over the hill into turn 10.
By the way, we're measuring that elevation change, putting the start-finish line at 0. So you will see some negative numbers as they come down to turn 11 here. And Bubba Wallace, will contact the crash yesterday in qualifying. Didn't go to a backup car. They repaired it. He's working his way through the field up to 24th.
Right here, the 5 to 16 AJ. I think AJ pulled over to let Carson go. Let's take a look. Let's listen. Yeah, he just pulled over. I think that he's starting to struggle balance-wise. And so he's like, hey man, I'm gonna let this car go. I'm gonna get to a pace I'm comfortable with.
We showed you the 20 and 77 have contact into turn 1. This is the 20 and the 77 in turn 11. That looks pretty clean to me. I thought there was contact. I don't see it the same way, and I think that was just a good pass from the 20 and the 77.
Well, off to a good start. That broken wrist. Qualified 14th, up to 9th in the running order. His teammate leads. It's Ty Gibbs out front of McDowell, Van Gisbergen, Larson, and Allmendinger. Halfway through stage 1 in the Toyota Save Art 350.
Hey, I was here first. Monopoly, I challenge ye to a duel.
Fighting for space while fighting for this place in the moment and for history. You want pressure? You're inches, seconds apart. That's pressure. Bring it forward! Finally, unapologetic, authentic NASCAR.
Just over 10 laps to go, stage 1. Live in Sonoma, California on TNT. There you see the top 5. Shane Van Gisbergen now up to the 2nd spot behind Ty Gibbs, who's led every lap so far from the pole. And we have a taker on the pit lane. Daniel Suarez in. Marty Snyder.
Unscheduled for Daniel Suarez. He has a tire going down. He thinks they debated for a moment, hey, do you want us to pit or do you want me to try and let this thing live? What do you want me to do? They decided to pit, so they bring him down pit road here. 11 to go. Really can't connect it from anything here, Steve, strategy-wise, but they had to get that Goodyear tire off.
Well, the big concern in the garage area this morning was only 4 sets of sticker tires in your pits. So I had multiple crew chiefs say if you have a flat or spin out in stage 1, you're perhaps handcuffed for the rest of the day on being straightforward and not being very creative. So now we have Suarez leaving pit road, the Bleacher Report onboard camera climbing up into turn 2. As Marty says, can't connect it, meaning running long into the next stage. So just an unfortunate turn of events for the 7 as we see the march for the 19 of Chase Briscoe continues. Car looked good in practice.
Good start today for Joe Gibbs Racing. All 4 of their Toyotas inside the top 8, 2 in the top 5, including the leader.
Interesting to have an issue with the 7 car, the tire issue. Saw the 77 into turn 11 have a big lockup on the right front. We're hearing there might have been a lockup as well on the 71 of McDowell. All them teammates aspire maybe having a little bit of a some flat spotting issues or flat spot potential as the race goes on. That's one of the things that can bite you here in the three heavy braking zones is sliding the tire. Once you slide it and flat spot it, it finds that flat spot in the next braking zone for the rest of the run, and you continue to make that flat spot worse and worse before you need to come to pit road and change tires. That's 11 up to 6. He's definitely going in a different direction than he led on. Moving his way towards the front.
And their confidence level coming into the day was on the long haul. So it may just continue to get better and better. Teammate impressive too. Here's Bell getting another one.
Yeah, the 45 of Reddick is going the other direction. He's not gained spots. Struggling back there in the backside of the top 20. At a racetrack where we expected the 45 to defend or to race for victory or challenge for victory.
You think about this summer run for Hamlin in erasing that enormous deficit from first to second in the standings, and how big that is when you think about the reset and you see what's happened to Reddick today. We told a story for Hamlin moving up, and it's so interesting to watch the dynamic of these two race teams.
What's wild is how good the 2311 cars were last week at the road course in San Diego. Just phenomenal speed across the entire organization. But today they look more normal, more average across the field. So we'll have to see how the day unfolds. It's a battle out here.
Chastain qualified inside the top 10, has finished top 10 the last 2 weeks, but he's got company there with Blaney right behind him.
And we give a lot of flowers to SVP when he's able to do that 97, but I think, or at least I hope, what he brings to that entire organization. One, the Chastain has definitely improved on the road courses, having SVG as a teammate. Here comes the 12 of Blaney trying to get that spot back. Byron going to try to follow him through.
Rosenbar seems to have leveled off. Blaney was quick in practice. As I mentioned earlier, the 24 as well. Chase Elliott back there. They're trying to get these spots, get around this one car. You've seen that one car of Chastain struggling. You try your hardest to make that pass as quick as possible before you become, get pressure from behind. If you don't make that pass quickly, then you become somebody that's on the defense.
AJ Allmendinger back in the 8th spot. Let's get 16 team radio.
I think the toe knocked out a little bit. So I just struggling peripheral as of all. I copy this. Pretty hard to fix. Up in the front of the car. I just sucked, but it's not very good.
Allmendinger always tells it like it is, and Echo Park is partnered for the first time ever on a car wrap with AJ and the team. It's for his 500th career start here today. What do you have for us, Shannon?
Yeah, AJ Allmendinger certainly came into this weekend with some momentum, Adam. He had a season best finish last week, San Diego. That would be a fifth place, but the car really has been a handful all weekend. You saw him run off course in practice yesterday, and since the drop of the green flag, he has not been happy. He said the car has been just really all over the place. You heard him say he believes there's some damage. He said the left front is shaking, and he does believe that toe has been knocked down. So not a good feeling for the 16, even though he is holding steady right now on the race course.
Yeah, he's one of those drivers we talked pre-race, had a shot to go out and make it happen. Unfortunate start for driver of 16. 7 to go on the stage. We'll see some pit stops soon. Gibbs in front of Van Gisbergen, and Larson, McDowell, and Briscoe at the front.
If you're a tool kind of speed seeker.
This is killer. We should make a sport out of this. A sport?
America's been chasing faster for 250 years. We just built a sport around it.
Trade the biggest moments in racing on Kalshi for a limited time. Download the Kalshi app and use code TNT to get $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi, trade the future. 5 to go in the stage, and here comes Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, he's been closing the gap a little bit here on Ty Gibbs. Looks like he might be in position to go for a pass on the backside of the racetrack, turn 7. I don't know, just how hard he's pushing here. He knows he has a little bit more speed, but he is talking about his car, letting his car get better. Got an opportunity to work on that car coming up here shortly, Steve.
I'm going to be fascinated what these drivers all do. We've talked so much about points, what you want to do. Well, 4 to go right here, coming to 3 to go. The leaders could wait one more lap, but the rest of the field, we're going to have to make the decision this time by. Are they going to try to pit before the end of the stage? When you look at drivers like Larson, Briscoe, more importantly, how about Hamlin and 6 trying to run Reddick down? I imagine he's going to stay on the racetrack and try to get some points. 88 of Village on pit road in front of you, Marty.
Yeah, 4 to go here in stage 1, Steve. The first of those to try and flip this stage, bringing his Trackhouse Chevy down pit road, being a little bit too free for Connor Zilic, who had a good run yesterday in the O'Reilly race, trying to get it done here in the Cup Series race today. And yes, next up, you'll see a lot of people here on pit road, Steve.
Yeah, it's going to get busy. So once again, the 54 and the 97 could argue and pit one more lap because they would be the ones that close pit road. So no surprise here if Ty stays on the racetrack. We'll see what he does for a decision. He does. So what does everyone else do? 97 as well. So then up the road, they had 6 seconds over Larson. So now Larson, Briscoe, Hamlin will be entering the picture on the right-hand side. There you go. On the racetrack. So very popular group staying on the racetrack. They could be gambling on the leaders coming the next time. But if Gibbs stays on the racetrack and shut it off, here you go. Here's the mass group coming to pit road, no surprise.
You want points? Or do you want track position? And all these drivers say, give me some of that track position when I start that second stage.
Well, they had no points. They said, hey, we're not inside the top 10, so we're going to have to come. And you look at it, it looks like caution flag pit stop. So many cars coming at once. Shannon, Ryan Blaney on pit road.
Ryan Blaney, I told you guys he won that stage 1 week ago. Fast in practice, said the back is starting to slide. So you'll see him come in here and start to work on that number 12 car. Danielle? And then Tyler Reddick is going the wrong direction. After qualifying 11th, fell to 17th, they said you are losing in turn 2. That is our biggest loss. They're trying to get better in that section of the racetrack.
As pit road's busy, rinse and repeat. Leaders coming down into turn 11 again. We will see if now the 54 decides to pit or he's going to stay off of the stage win. Well, there you go. He's going to make the decision easy. Now, SVG is going to try to get committed to pit road before the 54 closes pit road. He has to get all the way around. There you go. He's now committed. Pit road was still open when he did it. Other cars are also jumping to pit road. Marty, 97 on the pit road in front of you.
Yeah, this was that decision marker that we talked about for the 97 team. Again, outside of a chase spot coming into the race here at Sonoma, but clearly feel like they have a car that can win. Kyle Larson also on pit road, and not a word from SVG after his hit quote early on. We are terrible, but was one of the fastest cars. The later the run went on, SVG when you're tired, they'll skip the points here in stage 1 and put themselves in a position to possibly win the race later today.
Because the start-finish line is all the way around turn 11, and all you have to do is go under that orange box, that allowed second, third, fourth to jump to pit road with Gibbs staying on the racetrack. So now with about a lap and a half left, Gibbs should kind of easily go on to the stage win. The 97 of SVG feeling really good about his position.
Bell stayed out. McDowell, Hocevar, Ryan Preece, who ran it long, won a stage last week, is in the top 5 as we head toward the end of stage 1. Penalty for Austin Dillon. This is what you don't want to do. Flip the stage, get penalized, speeding for the 3 team.
He's been pretty solid on the road course this year. Austin Dillon has. Tough break for that team.
Final lap of the stage. And a dominating performance from the pole for Ty Gibbs.
Careful on this lap because we have a mix of new and old tires. So the closing rate of some of these braking zones can be very different. As a crew chief, you try to let your driver know if the car behind or in front, where they're at on their tire life.
Yeah, when you get out on the racetrack, if you can, if you got a little rim behind you, take it real easy these last few laps to try to make sure when you restart the stage, you got a little more tire than some other folks. Some guys have to race really hard to maintain that track position or maintain the spots they have.
Now remember, when Ty Gibbs made his first career start in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, did it on the road course at Daytona. We were all curious how he would do. Never executed a green flag pit stop. He was pretty good. He went out, won the race, and at that point we knew this kid is really special on the road. Been good at the cup level as well. And he's going to win the opening stage here at Sonoma. His second stage win of the campaign. His first since he did it on the road course in Austin, Texas, Circuit of the Americas. 23 cars flip the stage. So when the 54 makes their stop, their track position will be compromised. And we'll have those pit stops when we come back.
And Ty Gibbs won stage 1.
So you can paint it like Paul, roll it like Rachel, and have more time to watch it like the Westleys.
Score lasting dry eye relief with... Don't use if allergic to MIBO. Remove contacts before using and wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about prescription dry eye drop MIBO.
And have more time to watch it like the Westleys.
Score lasting dry...
Nice!
Something to watch. Leaders in the Echo Park out of the racetrack zone. Shane Van Gisbergen and Kyle Larson getting us going in the second stage.
All the 9 of Chase Elliott off the dirt a little bit there. Cost him a little bit of grip. And a spot for the 88 of Tillage. Little contact with the 24, Denny Hamlin.
And William Byron muscling up down to turn 4. What did you say earlier? They're arguing for position, Dale?
Look at Denny back to the inside. That's not over with.
Byron might send Denny an email based on that paint scheme the 11's running this week.
SVG, man, but I'm just really surprised that the deal can't go control of this race to the 97.
Bell and Gibbs, the top 2 that ran it long, but they're scored 21st, 22nd right now in the running order.
And now what they're looking to do is basically just stay in front. And there's not a lot of room for drivers right there. Byron and the 11 make contact. They get away with it. Hamlin now to the inside with Glenn quickly becoming outside. Zillage also behind him at 88. You don't make contact down the front straightaway and keep it out of the wall unless you're Denny Hamlin, I guess. That was almost disaster for the 11 car. So there's contact right here. Looks like Blaney on his right front there. Then the 24 comes through and tries to run him off the track. He's like, guys, what's going on here?
Let's go. Looking at second, peeking to the inside of Larson, Blaney right behind him.
And flip that left car around. I wonder if there's a little bit of toe damage to the front of that car. And just when things were looking really good for Denny, he's had a challenging lap. Drive on board with HendrickCars.com. Kyle Larson down in the 11. Trying to fight to keep this position on Chastain, and he'll do it.
They need to celebrate Connor Zillage right in front of him. We popped him last time around. 88, didn't qualify great outside the top 15, but this rookie driver Been able to flip the stage, get some track position. He's 6th right in front of Hamlin.
Had an insane series of bad luck this year as a rookie. And pulled out a second place run against SPG in the O'Reilly field yesterday.
From the back.
Something to build on, right? Even though it's in the O'Reilly series, it's just something to build on, some confidence. He knows he can come here and run well in these cars if they go to stage 3. Marty, what you got on the 88?
You know, Dale, you know Connor Zilic very well. You see some battles back in the pack. 3 wide going onto the backside of the course. But you know Zilic very well. How important is it for a young driver to build confidence? I asked his crew chief, Randall Burnett. Last week, Zilic led some laps at San Diego. And he told me a top 5 is what we needed at San Diego. He said, honestly, right now, Junior, what we need is complete all the laps to finish the race at Sonoma today. That'll make me happy.
Yeah, I agree. It's maybe step C. We work through that ourselves. Trying to, get the team confidence up and just start to progress forward. Don't shoot for top 3s, just go for a top 15. Turn that into top 10. Turn that into top 5. That's a month-long process. Well, the driver's not gaining any more confidence sitting in the garage, and the team's not learning any more of what he needs in a race car. And all of those things add up, especially with such limited practice time. On board with Kyle Larson doing a really nice job of keeping SVG in touch. Remember, 23 laps to go in this stage, and Adam, you mentioned the drivers like Gibbs and Bell. They're inside the top 20 now. Those that have scored those stage points, their goal is to be the front of that pack. Maybe they'll get a chance to win another stage if everybody hits them really good.
Steve, you say it all the time. You just want to make sure you're leading your group on your particular strategy as we play the game of leapfrog. Back there in the 4th spot, driver 12, Ryan Blaney. How about him, Shannon?
Yeah, guys, speed is not a problem for Ryan Blaney right now. You see him in 4th. What is the problem is his cool shirt is obviously malfunctioning. He's telling the guys he does not think that he's working. It's working, I'm sorry. So the next time he comes down pit road, they're going to hand him a tool through that window so that he can evacuate that water so he does not burn up inside. Dale, Stevie, you guys can maybe talk about this a little bit, just how hot it can get inside those race cars when those cool shirts are not working.
Yeah, the cool shirt itself is basically a shirt that has little tubing that circulates cold water. What happens when the cold water stops recirculating, it just heats up to the level of the car. And anybody who knows who jumps in a pool, right, a 65-degree pool is way colder than 65-degree air. And that's kind of what happens right here. The warmer that water gets, it just insulates you. So he can connect something and just drain the shirt. But either way, it's going to be a tough situation. Luckily, a very comfortable day here in Sonoma. As long as he's competitive, that'll distract him somewhat on how uncomfortable he is to see the 45 car of Reddick still on pit road trying to fix a power steering issue.
Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin continues inside the top 10. He's 7th right now as we think about that chase for the regular season title.
But at this point, I question the 11 of not scoring stage points in stage 1, and shame on me. Chris Gale's decision to pit and keep this track position was genius, because if this mechanical issue with Reddick, I don't think it's a high priority for Hamlin. He can actually just say, why not me? Beating and banging at the end of this race, maybe I can have a great run here overall. So I like the strategy. You see the 9 and the 1 trying to decide who's going to get further right.
The chase is on. Chase diving to the inside of Chastain. Slides in behind Alden there.
Bubba Wallace driving through the field after the crash in qualifying.
2 weeks in a row they've come back.
He's done a great job today. I didn't know 23 left cars had the speed, but he's shown up and seems to have a car that can move through the field. There's the progress you see. The bottom of the screen is a 23 of Bubba Wallace. Continue to move forward.
Danielle didn't report earlier the challenges they faced in San Diego. Marty said it yesterday, one of the most impressive runs of his career to get a runner-up spot down south in Southern California. He's been good here today. To the top 10 now with Van Gisbergen at 80.
NASCAR power.
Superstars compete for the remaining playoff slots and a chance at a title. The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, Saturday from Chicago at 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific on the CW.
ABC Studios Supergirl starring Millie Alcock and Jason Momoa now playing in theaters. Hour north of San Francisco, the gorgeous Golden Gate Bridge. Sonoma Raceway on the NASCAR this weekend. Heading toward the chase and a familiar scene here. Shane Van Gisbergen, the race leader. Got a 1.3 second advantage over Larson, Briscoe, Blaney, Byron. Your top five. Heading toward the middle portion of stage 2. Briscoe having another good day, Danielle.
He sure is, Adam. Third is where he's running right now, and they're happy with the car. James said, just be careful getting too far left into turn 4. Other than that, your line has been great. James Small, the crew chief on this car, Adam, was emphatic when I talked to him this morning, saying, we are going to flip both stages because I'm here to win. If you go for points, you get buried in the field, and I don't want to race like a loser. I'm here to win.
I like a crew chief that has a plan, sticks with his plan, even if it doesn't work out. I do agree that flipping the stages is the best pathway forward to win. The reason you may not is because you just assume someone like the 97 is going to win the stage before the race, and you want to make the most of it. But I will tell you, Ty Gibbs and the 20th Bell doing a really nice job in full contact quarters. They're up to 15 and 16. I don't think they'll get all the way back. Oh, you see Bubba Wallace off track. He's there. You see the cars to the speed over to the right. So he got sent off to the left. Yeah, looks like might have missed turn 8. I'm not sure if he made any contact with the barrier or the wall over there.
Very delicately merges back in. Todd Gilliland going to take advantage. Austin Hill there in the 33. Bubba was top 10, now being scored 22nd.
Yeah, the car looks clean. Well, so it's looking like he shortcut the fours. That was a great update, right? From the top 10 to 22nd. So this is a track we rarely talk about shortcutting. He obviously found a piece of the track over there off track that got him back on, but by losing spots, it's no advantage. So no penalty. The penalty itself is just losing the track position.
Look at the numbers there. They want consistency. Third in Michigan, second last week.
Let's see if we can get a look at this 23 of Bubba Wallace and how this happens. Just gets a little bit loose in the S's, overcorrects it. He knows that he's not on the racetrack anymore, right? So let's see. Got a little too much curve right there. And so that puts him on this runoff here. He comes to a stop because he thinks he needs to serve a penalty. He doesn't. Right?
Yeah. The stop's unnecessary.
Yeah, he's going to have to do a little...
Well, we say the stop's unnecessary, but it's a judgment call. So he's obviously over there in distress, getting too loose, as you pointed out, Dale. He probably has no idea where he's going to rejoin the racetrack. Not something you practice. So I'm afraid if he gasses up and he blends in about the same spot, NASCAR could at that point say, nope, you cut the course, and that's a pass-through, which is a 25-second penalty. He decides to get some back early in the race. I think I like that call from Bubba, just making sure you don't have to serve any sort of second penalty when there's already a mistake.
Let's get an update. William Byron's kick, Shannon.
Yeah, Adam, William Byron just dropping outside that top 5. He's still looking for his first win of this season. And despite that 32nd place finish at San Diego, Rudy Bugle did tell me that they're starting to hit on something. He said we are getting closer and closer. Speaking of getting closer, Bugle and his entire crew, they made the drive up the Pacific Coast Highway from San Diego up here to Sonoma. They said it was a team bonding event for those guys. You know, they work so hard every single day, week to week, to be able to spend a little time away from the racetrack and away from the shop, just doing so great for this 24 team. Just a little bit tight right now for William Byron. Marty?
Behind Byron is Denny Hamlin. When I chatted with him this morning, I said, how's the car? He said, dude, we have legit speed. And after stage 1, here was a conversation between Chris Gale and Denny Hamlin.
It was really good there the whole time. Everything's looking good. Like, I don't really have any tips to give you there. Once we were not held up by traffic, you were as good as anybody. Honestly, not a whole lot of fall off either.
Team, how many times do you tell Joe Jr., I got nothing to complain about? Boy, you're driving, buddy. But you kind of wondered why Chris Gale made that decision, Steve, to kind of forego those stage points in stage 1. Maybe it's a straight-up legit speed in the 11 that they clearly have today, and that was part of the decision.
Confidence. You know, Dale, you and I were just talking about Zip, right? I
a young driver and how you build confidence. But I will tell you, even a veteran like Denny Hamlin, you love to know that your team has your back. And we're going to come here, belong as we see some pushing and some shoving between the 19 and the 5. So I like the call from Gale and telling Hamlin, like, we are good. We're going to race this the right way and try to get the best finish we possibly can. It's a dogfight for second right here. Larson, Briscoe, Blaney all ran within a 2 of each other the last couple of laps. But SVG is not a whole lot faster right there in the lead, so pretty interesting as the 5 getting pressure. He's going to start burning the rear tires off. You see a little movement in the braking zone of the 5. It's starting to slide around, get a little greasy in the back end. The 19 car continues to try to keep the pressure on. No interest in getting back into this mess right here. This is how your day can be ruined very quickly.
And this is where you really have to take a step back of your Bubba Wallace, because you had passed all those cars, you go off track, and now, as Dale said, you're in the dogfight, riding with Busher up the hill to turn 2. Right behind fellow Ford Zane Smith. Zane coming off a career best. When you talk about road racing last weekend in San Diego, he's a California guy.
Zane was given a lot of pressure to eccentric laps ago, but it seems like he's overheated his tires a little bit, having to back off a little bit now, getting pressure from Busher. Busher and Logano moments ago, down into turn 7. Oh, he got a little loose in the braking zone, going slammed to 22.
Whip check. Cindric there in the 2, just trying to take advantage of that moment. Past the halfway point of our second stage. Shane Van Gisbergen is the race leader in Sonoma. He's in front of Larson, Briscoe, Blaney, and Zillage. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
Living the dream.
Over 10 laps to go. Stage 2, Sonoma, California. Side by side on TNT. You saw a little movement off the pavement here on the road course.
23 gets loose in the braking zone. He's about to crash. Luckily, he's able to land in the lap of the 34 car. Yeah, the 34, though, he wasn't very happy. No, he said, listen, I know it was a mistake, but your mistake cost me, so I'm going to find you here entering turn 2, and I'm going to make sure that you don't make turn 2. So he's up in the dirt. And just seconds later, 34 says, you know what, one's not enough. I'm going to get both. We're going to get one more. I'm so mad at Bubba, I'm going to get his teammate too.
I mean, what a rough ride for 2311 today. They were so good last week. And you think about here today, Reddick having the issues, has made multiple pit stops, 6 laps down. And both Herbst and Bubba Wallace going for rides. Let's get an update on Reddick, Danielle.
Yeah, right now, Adam, Billy Scott is telling Tyler Reddick, just keep making laps all the way until the end of this stage, and then I'll make a determination on whether we go to the garage or not. If we do, we'll have to change the rack, and it could take a while, but right now, their lap times are decent. It is worth noting, Adam, points as they run. Tyler Reddick is 25 points behind Denny. This is the first time the entire season we have a points leader who's not named Tyler Reddick.
Thank you, Danielle. And we continue to watch the climb for the 88 of Connor Zillage up to 4th in the running order as Larson slides back to 5th.
Yeah, a little wave out the window, thanks. And that braking zone of 4, and he continues to impress today. Trying to make the car even better for Connor as they get going into stage 3.
You see some challenge, some interesting battles. Top seed Reddick in trouble. Bowman, the man he's facing here in the opening round, 22nd. Look at Cedric Keselowski. Talk about the problems for Suarez.
Yeah, it was Atlanta last year with a lot of upsets, but I think we all felt there would be a few upsets out of this race. Although been clean and green, right? Only yellow so far has been the end of the stage.
Well, it won't be long, Steve, before we start talking about pit stops to flip it here in stage 2, and the games will begin again.
Yeah, they will. So Ty Gibbs and Bell, the two that finished 1-2 in the first stage, or up front of the first stage, are 10th and 11th. We will see what everybody decides to do. I imagine the majority of the top 5 or 10 cars will come to pit road before the end of the stage. They've already done that once. How impressive is the 12 up there, Blaney? Yesterday in practice had really good speed, but the rear of that car went away quickly. He was really, really loose after a handful of laps. They found a way to get some tire life in the rear tires of this number 12 as he's hounding Briscoe just ahead of Larson and Zillett. Put a little pressure on the 19 car.
Talk about those drivers that ran it long in stage 1. Michael McDowell, 17th right now.
Yeah, we saw a couple cars that did run it long in stage 1, be able to make their way close to the top 10, and Ty Gibbs and Christopher Bell. Not the case for Michael McDowell. On the restart, got a little damage in the Brad Keselowski, and the hood kind of lifted up around the louver seat, especially on the driver's side. They were a little bit worried about the temperatures inside the 71. McDowell said those are fine, but with only a couple of cars making progress, Steve, after they ran the entire stage 1, would that dissuade you from doing it here in stage 2 if you're thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you don't flip stage 2, your chance to win the race drops dramatically. So like basically 75% of the time, the winner flips stage 1. It's even a higher percentage for someone who don't flip stage 2. What I would tell you, though, is if you're a car that's running 12th or 14th, you can stay out, let everybody flip the stage, and you're going to score 8 or 9 stage points, and you probably have a chance to drive back into the top 15. So we talk a lot about what's important for the guys winning the race. But I bet if you ask Christopher Bell, who's out there in 10th, or Gibbs in 8th, if you could win the second stage, that's 20 points. That's like basically winning a race, a 20-point bonus. 10 points for each stage. You see the 41 coming 5 to 22 Logano.
Yeah, this is a battle for 22nd, 23rd position. Battle up front, though. The 12 of Blaney to the inside. This is coming down the front straightaway. Blaney not really in a good spot here. He'll be able to continue that battle, but he's going to try to keep it close. Now, you tend to kind of run these corners and not make a move here. You're just trying to stay close. Trying to not let that 19 get that drive and pull away out of 2. You want to try to get down in the braking zone of 4 and be on his bumper exiting 4 to be able to try to make the pass into 7.
Those two trade blows, 19 and 12, but Briscoe and Blaney, Zillett continues to climb. I know he led laps last week for the first time in his Cup career. What he's doing today is impressive, and there goes the 12. Side by side for second, it's all happening behind SVG. 7 to go, stage 2. Blaney in the runner-up spot now.
Turn up your song.
Dragons to come. It would be the end.
Have you betrayed your queen?
MLB on TBS, Tuesday's biggest stage, where the brightest stars will shine. Diving effort by Alfred. MLB on TBS, Tigers, Yankees, Tuesday's biggest stage.
It's always one of the great stops on the NASCAR calendar when we come to Sonoma, live from St. Louis, California. Always proud to bring you the Toyota Safari 350 on TNT. First of 5 weeks here and a good race going at Sonoma Raceway.
As we got toward the end of the stage, SVG turned up the wick a little bit, running about a second faster than Blaney in second, and almost 2 seconds faster than 4th and 5th Briscoe here and Larson. So
I think this was a tire practice run.
yeah,
This clean flag is 22 laps. They're going to have to run longer than that on a set of tires on the next stage. I think he just managed the lead the crew chief said, hey, let's just see what we stacked up. And he threw that number up there, and everybody realized, oh, we're really good. But yep, and that would probably settle the pit box down for the 97.
I looked up, it doesn't feel like that long ago, and the lead for Van Gisbergen was 15 seconds over 10. He's now got a almost 10-second advantage over second place Ryan Blaney. 4 to go in the stage. Here's Michael McDowell, Marty.
Pit road open for business, Adam, for those kind of a little bit further back, like Michael McDowell, who could not get back to the top 15. He is going to flip this stage here. They bring him down, get fresh Goodyears on. He said the car just too free, and they fall off way too much at the end of the run.
Well, because of the gap of the 97 to Blaney now at 10 seconds, I don't think Blaney and Zilich can run that extra lap. SVG will stay out because he can hit the next time around. But if we look back up the road to Blaney, Zilich, Briscoe, Larson, Hamlin, if they're going to come, now's the time. So right-hand side of your screen, pit time, Blaney and Zilich are going to stay out. Not so much for Briscoe, Larson, Hamlin. They're sticking on the plan. Ty Gibbs and Bell stays out. So you see the split decision already. The 19 of Briscoe running inside the top 5, Danielle.
Yeah, Chase Briscoe has been absolutely silent on the radio, but he's happy. James Small is happy with the race car. He said, just focus on the exit, don't overdrive it. You see they're flipping the stage again. He said, focus forward.
And, you know, we have a little debate. Should Denny Hamlin and Chris Gale stay out and earn those stage points? They decide not to. He said the car, 0 complaints for Denny Hamlin. Chase Elliott said, my car is really good. I just need to manage the rears a little bit better. The 9 with some decent speed. And look at that little track race there between Chase Briscoe and Kyle Larson coming off pit road.
That was fun. 19 jumps out in front of the 5 as they make their way back up to turn 2 and rejoin the race after making those scheduled green flag pit stops late stage 2.
But see, I assume the 97 pit. So now the question I have is, do Blaney and Zilich come in? Gibbs and Bell, I think we saw their strategy. They've won stage 1. Look how much of a head start the 97 has. He's going to come all the way around. There's going to answer your question. Blaney, Zilich come to pit road. Ty Gibbs stays on the racetrack. He will be the leader and probably have the best chance to win the stage. Marty.
You see SVG coming down pit road, so that last adjustment really helped. I need more of that, but the long run speed of the 97, just exceptional. And even though they're going to flip stage 2 here, don't be surprised if SVG gains a decent amount of stage points here as well. See his teammate Connor Phillips was keeping pace with SVG on the longer run. Very impressive day for Connor Phillips.
Lenny into the pit box just as Shane Van Gisbergen pulls out the back of this 12 car. It's sliding just a little bit. No further word on that cool suit, so we'll have to keep an update on that.
Yeah, SVG and the pylon has blended back to the 7th position. So, as we talk about all the time, fast cars make strategy much easier for a crew chief. And the 97 of SVG has the speed. You see on the left side, last pit. So, Gibbs, Bell, Allmendinger, Cindric, Chastain, Zane Smith have all chose to run the stage very standard. Run to the green and white checker, score those stage points. SVG and Zilich, Briscoe, Blaney, all with much fresher tires, pitted, but will still score stage points. It'll be interesting to see if the 97 can run anybody down in front of them. He's got maybe a couple seconds up the road to Zane Smith. That would be a tall task in a couple laps. I think he's going to have high safe tires. Sorry.
And you see Briscoe actually come to the pit road the lap earlier, able to leapfrog Blaney and now put the pressure on the 88 for a spot as well. Zilich trying to get those tires up to 10.
Ron Coleman orders to roll out one slow lap and they would fire. So up to 10 is exactly what he's trying to do. Normally these Goodyear spitting tires are the best run off the pit road, but this week it seems to take a lap to get going.
Battle for 8th on track with Zilich and Briscoe. But it's 2nd and 3rd when you think about those drivers that have flipped the stage. 22 cars flipped stage 2. So we talk about the compromise of running it long. Ty Gibbs less than a lap away from sweeping the stages today.
Yeah, hopefully Jimmy's still not sitting down at the desk because one of his drivers, John Hunter Nemechek, too fast on pit road, currently in the 20th position. So great strategy call. Going to go away. He'll have to serve a penalty. Start that final stage from all the way in the back.
Look at these drivers running it long. Go right to position number 4, Austin Cindric. Going to get some stage points here. I talked to Ryan Wilson, his crew chief, yesterday. He said it's been a blue-collar effort. A lot of runs this season between 8th and 14th as they nickel and dime their way into a chase position and trying to get some stage points here.
Well, think about this. With this win, Gibbs will have scored 20 stage points. He came in today only a point behind Larson in the standings, 50-ish behind Blaney. So this is a driver who is thinking moving up.
It's on Gibbs won stage 2.
An obvious choice from the front row. The back of the field will have to figure it out up over the crest of turn 2.
Briscoe noses through to third. Blaney and Larson trying to settle fourth as SVG gets away with the lead.
Looked like A.J. Allmendinger got shoved in the dirt a little bit right there in the back of the field. Everybody trying to figure it out, more contact.
51 to go in the race. A pit stop still required, but with no natural yellows today, you can see everybody's anticipation as we have a big stack up on the inside lane into turn 7.
So much contact back in the pack and lots of toe links getting bent, front ends getting banged around.
That was my concern when you talked about Bell. I love the grit, but now is my anxiety for the driver of the 20. I'm sure he's fine on track, but one wrong bang on the front wheel with your hands on the steering wheel, that's where I think you can reach to that risk.
Connor put the pressure on SVG down into turn 11. SVG a little defensive to the inside. Connor probably would have taken the opportunity to go there, but SVG knew it. These two guys have raced each other enough in the O'Reilly series. They've had some good battles on the racetrack. They're kind of understanding each other's instincts. We don't see SVG on the defense very often.
Selfishly, this is the battle I've been waiting to see. Everyone's talking about who can really bring the fight to SVG, and the list is long. Briscoe's amazing, Larson, but they've kind of all had their shots over the last couple of years. Zillage, at least in the Cup car, hasn't really had a clean race to be right here on the back bumper of SVG.
And Connor get through turn 4 here and have an opportunity in the braking zone of 7. SVG really wide at 4 there, loves the higher line to be able to carry the speed. Oh, lots of contact back here in the back.
The distance line, Barry's there, no aggression.
Oh!
These races,
that was team orders I'd be arguing the next time I heard it over the radio. The 5 and the 12, excuse me. The 9 of Chase Elliott offline, drivers left. And look at the swarm of bees to the right, 2 and 3 wide. They still have them out of the groove.
oh, we got a car around. The 11 of Hamlin, lots of positions.
He was up there inside the top 10, riding 7th, goes around in 7, and with all these cars already wrapped, just losing so many.
And that gives the points lead back to the 45 of Reddick. As these two are now second to last and last on the field.
And now, though, you go back to those decisions to not try to win the stages, to come down pit road and keep all that track position you fought for. Just like that, one trip through turn 7, it evaporates, and you have scored those stage points.
One little hiccup here could cost you big time.
Oh, the 34 of Gilliland turned around.
Interesting to see you got him.
Yeah. He's been in a few battles today.
Maybe someone returning a favor.
Let's take a look and see how Denny got turned around here. He's kind of shipped off into the corner. A little contact to the nose there. That's not ideal. Another look at it right there. Just 3 wide Hosavar with his nose in there.
You knew it.
Boy. Denny's going to have something to say about that on Actions Detrimental.
They don't look now, but I'm thinking in-season challenge and a little upset special. Ty Dillon scored 10th right now with Hamlin as you said back there, 34th. Incredible.
Hocevar spins it around, and also that was the contact with Hocevar as well. So the door of Hocevar's car damaged. Oh, so close. Go through that grass a few times.
Look at this snake at the front. I mean, these guys just not getting away from each other.
Yeah, I think SPG just sits right here at the front of the field until it's time to go. You know, really, really sharp racer. Knows he's got a little bit more in his pocket. But these guys think that they can keep up with him, and they're going to push hard.
Frustrating, right?
Man, I'm hanging on. There, right there. Just sitting there letting you burn your tires right off the car.
But you're 10 seconds back.
He is. He gets the gear a little closer. You speed up, he pulls it away.
He looks in the rearview mirror and winks at his competition.
Something about this 19. Oh, the nines around. Coming out of turn 4.
Whoa!
Joey Chipman style. Work on the left back clear by it.
Saw a couple of those yesterday. Practice and qualifying.
You tell somebody got on the 42 spin it out. Oh, he's not done spinning it out.
Whoa!
Behind the tree. Just the 34, then you're good.
Now this is starting to feel like Sonoma. I don't know what happened those first two stages. Reddick's sitting there thinking, any of these a caution?
That's right.
I need some laps.
I need 4 more.
Yes.
Just help me out, guys.
Somebody put in the tire. Zillitt's trying to push Briscoe to this position, trying to get that back. See what happened to the 9 of Chase Elliott. This is exiting turn 4, kind of the bottom of the hill. I can't tell if he got help from the 2 Cindric or not. Yeah, Cindric was right up there on the back bumper. Listen. Oh, I think he actually got the curve there. He definitely hit the curve. I can't tell if there was a bump from behind, but the 9 definitely got himself out of shape with all that internal curve.
It's really good for second. Connor Zillage looking inside turn 7.
Little contact.
He had the bump, just didn't have the run to get by Briscoe there. 19 stays in that runner-up spot.
I don't expect any takers on pit road, but to just put it in perspective, if you pitted on this lap, you should be able to make it to the finish, so any pit stop from here will connect to the checkered flag. Tires have had some value today. There were years where people would all come to pit road, but now tires have value for them and waiting. If you see him getting the big late boom, the 19 defends. The only thing about this is the 88 has to make this pass quickly because of all of the heat soak that happens being behind this car. Not a lot of air getting into the brakes, not a lot of air getting into that car to keep it cool. Tires getting hot and bad, brakes getting hot and bad, and he charges deep in the early braking zone. He continues to heat soak those brakes, take a little bit of performance out of that car if you're not able to make this pass. If you can make the pass, boom, all that clean air opens back up, cool that car back down. The performance comes back. Steve Norris, the crew chief with SDG. Now that he knows they're inside a fuel window of the clutch, he knows he would come to pit road. So we talked about that cat and mouse game for the 97. I might almost be encouraging the opposite. I might say, you know what, run it hot. Just drive off the front of this field. Let's take all the pressure off our green flag pit stop. And demoralize them. That also is good for the ego as well. Like, that should prove that they can't keep up. But how about Gibbs back there at 11? Don't look now. But a guy that has won those stages, that I agree with Jaden and Murray, who said they're trying to remove themselves from competition for the win, and I think a win would be a big call pass. Already knocking on the door of the top 10.
Really good race car today. Swept the stages, got the points, and now back inside the top 10. As he goes around Ty Dillon, looking impressive here in this final stage, Shannon.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs did not grow up racing on road courses. In fact, he told me the first time he ever did it was in 2019, Road Atlanta in the Trans Am Series. Before that, only laps on iRacing on this type of race course, but it's something he's always been good at. Of course, you mentioned earlier in the race, won his very first race on a road course in the O'Reilly Series. His crew chief Tyler Allen told me he studies, he's got great pace, and his team absolutely loves having them drive this car at this kind of racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, what a difference a year makes for this group. They struggled last year, found a little momentum in the summer when he won the in-season challenge. But this year, they came out of the gate strong, had a run of top 5s, top 10s, got that first career win at Bristol, and here they are very much in position today. Everybody chasing Shane Van Gisbergen. He's in front of Briscoe, Zilch, Blaney, and Larson. 42 to go. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
Wherever our cars roam.
The hills are alive with the sound of NASCAR.
In small towns and big cities, short tracks, super speedways, road courses, and naval base. Build a track, we'll race it. Make it difficult, we'll find a way.
Time for Kalshi market predictions. Kalshi traders currently forecasting the percentages of who has the best shot to win this race. When we look at the leader, Shane Van Gisbergen in there, showing right around 80%. Dropped a little bit there. No, continues to drop. Somebody's running some good laps, I guess.
They would say this battle for seconds cooled off a little bit as the 18 kind of cooked everything on that car and lost a little bit of braking performance. As he settles back here, it should return to the car once you get a little gap and get the brakes kind of cooled off. We saw how good the long run speed was for Zilch in the last stage.
Well, when you're this close, and you've been restarting on the front row with your teammate, and you know the battles that they've had on Saturdays and the success that Zilch has enjoyed there, you can't help but want to go out and win. But I would also say when you think big picture and the kind of season that he has had to be where they are, just want to make sure now that you finish off the deal, even if you can't get by SVG and win. And now we bring back, and we talk about drivers with a lot on the line. Byron, points battle, trying to get to the top 10. Reese trying to stay in a chase position, have another good day on the road in the 64 RFK.
I'm extremely impressed by Reese. Finished 5th in stage 1. Battling hard here. Looks like that 24 car used up the rear tires a little bit over turn 3 there into 4. Reese ready to strike in the braking zone.
He's outside the chase, entering last week's race, got a stage win, and points as they run plus 15 as he goes around Byron, and look who's right behind him. Talk about the long run, Gibbs getting the stage points, winning those stages today, and boy, he's right back in the hunt, the top 10 tonight.
Look at what Reese did last week. He scored more points than anyone, from 45 points in San Diego for the first and second of the stages, as you mentioned. The 54 of Ty Gibbs trying to kind of replicate that as he closes in on this duo. This 54 car, we have a lot of racing left. 38 laps to go in a pit stop. I think this 54 car is going to be a player before this is over. So fast, comparable to the speed of everyone else. I don't know how to handicap him against SVG because the 54 is in traffic, making a lot of passes that are taking some lap time away. But
He is all over me. I don't know how he's going faster.
that's the 24 of Byron, and I agree. I mean, that's the way you feel as a driver behind the wheel when everybody in the mirror keeps getting closer and closer. You feel like you're under pressure, losing positions to cars on the same tires as you. You had a great car in practice, a great car in stage 1, and now you're struggling as the track continues to change.
17 laps on most of these leaders' tires, 17 green flag laps, 37 to go in the race. I think we're going to run maybe 10 or 12 more laps before we start to see a wave of pit stops. SVG, the guy all the way out front by nearly 2 seconds, he'll be the most patient. I think he thinks there's no reason for me to do anything crazy and get myself behind on tires. So he won't want to be the last to pit road, but I don't think that there's any urgency to be the first to pit road either.
Have to give a shout out to Bowman as well. Alex running in 10th, has done a really solid job, but this is the kind of race we see for the 48 team. We watch SVG up the hill. Marty, what you got on SVG?
So let's talk a little pit strategy with a 97 bunch. So thinking about 10 laps or so for SVG. Let's also go back to the last restart for Shane Van Gisbergen and his teammate Connor Zillich. That was not team order, just a bad restart by Zillich. So Junior, can I borrow your driver thesaurus real quick? They were given SVG times with everybody else behind him. He said, keep that information coming. I will, quote, drive off of that. What does that mean when SVG says, I'll drive off of the lap times everybody else is turning?
He's just controlling the gap. That's all he's doing. He knows that he needs to save as much rear tire and drive and comfort in this car as possible. So he's only going to run fast enough to stay in the lead and be comfortable in the lead. Now, when they need to come to pit road, maybe they tell him a few laps ahead of time, Steve, okay, drop the hammer. Give me 4 or 5 hard laps. Let's get this gap, lengthen this gap here before you come to pit road. You got X amount of tire laps to use up whatever you saved on the tire.
It's a video game for SVG. He has his lap time on his dash, so he's just probably running that target lap time, kind of like bracket racing. Danielle, Chase Briscoe in the 19, though, is very impressive.
Well, his crew chief, James Small, agrees with you, Steve. He said, good pace here. You are matching the times of SVG. Really good work, mate. I like your style and turn forward.
I like that. Really good work, mate. That was Danielle. Danielle, that was really nice. That was true radio translation right there. That was an exact quote from James Small. Can you imagine if James Small and SVG worked together? What sort of radio transcription we would get? It would be unbelievable. I'd have to call Lee Dippy to translate. It would be quite enjoyable.
My Australian accent is not good. I'm just gonna go.
I like it, Danielle. So now, you ask yourself, look, SVG's obviously the dominant car. He's led 44 laps today. I will tell you, I want Ty Gibbs to get closer, right? He led 31. I think he's one of the best cars moving through traffic. But you still have to execute. Coming down pit road, there's a lot of ways to lose a race. I have 1,000 notebooks at home that can tell you how to get one of these things away. And if you're one of these other drivers, I think you have to remind yourself what happened last week, right? I think a lot of drivers went to San Diego thinking about running second. They didn't even think about winning the race. Everyone was ready to just give Shane the trophy. He didn't really do anything wrong to get caught up in a wreck. And just like that, you can hear the fresh air go across the garage area. If I'm a crew chief on pit road, I'm reminding my driver, we still have a chance. There are 34 laps to go in this race.
Well, in talking to Tyler Allen, Ty Gibbs' crew chief in the garage this morning, they believe that he's the one. I mean, we've talked so much. Shannon's done the reports. I mentioned his early success in his O'Reilly days, and he has delivered at the cup level as well. Having a good afternoon, just a loss in track position here. And as you said, it would be interesting to see him up there in the game.
I want to circle that right there. 1:16.8. Adam Gibbs back at 8th versus a 1:17.0 for the leader. So a fastest car back in traffic working on passes, and he pulls out a line for Priest. Ty Gibbs isn't ready to just hand the trophy over yet.
Up to 7th, the driver 54. 34 laps to go in Sonoma. Top 5, Shane Van Gisbergen, Chase Briscoe, Connor Zillich, Ryan Blaney, and Kyle Larson. Here in Sonoma, we do our Xfinity fastest lap. Reddick had popped there. John Hunter Nemechek just circles in front of him on 1:16.40. So we got a racing onboard camera with Reddick, who's 4 laps down and had lost the championship lead until Hamlin had that contact turn 7, went for a ride. Marty reporting during commercial the splitter damage there has got him frustrated, and they're not making up any ground. Hamlin is 34th and now 6 points behind when you look at points at run. Let's go down to Danielle.
Yeah, Adam, I just spoke with Tyler Reddick's team, and they said that Billy Scott told the spotter, don't even give Tyler lap times. Just let him go out there and run. As you mentioned, 4 laps down, just trying to salvage the day after a power steering issue earlier in the race. He is holding on to the points lead as they run 5 points ahead of Denny Hamlin, Marty.
Danielle, 31 to go here at Sonoma. Chase Elliott pitting for what should be the final time for the Hendrick Motorsports car. After that spin, Alan Gustafson, Steve, told Chase, we're going to flip our strategy here, pit on the early side of the window. I expect the leaders to be about 5 or 6 more laps before they come to pit road.
Okay, so what is Alan hoping for here? In a perfect world, a caution right now. A caution anytime before the leaders come to pit road, because the guys can then stay on the racetrack and cycle all the way back. We talk about flipping the stages. Well, this is old school, trying to flip a caution. Alan trying to be one of the first cars to pit road. You know, older tires may hurt him later in the race, but that spin cost him track position, and much as expected, the 9 has now brought a few other cars to pit road. The 48 of Bowman included Danielle.
Another 4-tire change here for Alex Bowman and the 48. Came in 15th, trying to have a decent day here. Talked to Alex earlier. Looks like little contact there coming out possibly, guys.
Scheduled green flag pit stops here. Could be the final stops of the day. Certainly could get home from here. A caution late could change things. Let's get down to Marty.
I tell you, Adam, it was a pretty decent day for Joey Logano pace-wise in the top 15 until that spin a moment ago. So Paul Wolf opting for the same thing Alan Gustafson did just a moment ago to pit here on the early side of the window for what should be the final stops at Sonoma.
And much like you said, Dale, SVG's last 2 laps out of the 97, the fastest we have seen. I think he has been given the go-ahead to try to stretch those legs a little bit before he comes to pit road.
On late in stage 2. Like you snap the fingers and there he goes.
Yeah, but one good lap for us here.
There you go. The last couple laps been awesome. The interesting thing will be if the 19 or the 88 try to come a lap before the 97 and get in front of them.
Ryan Preece is in. Here he comes, Shannon.
Yeah, guys, Ryan Preece coming down pit road right now. He knew that the in-season challenge would be a matchup because of Shane Van Gisbergen, and he really has had some fun with it this week, just on social media and between the two of them. But you see him going to work right now on that car. AJ Allmendinger also on pit road right now. We talked about the struggles that he's had all race long, not only with the handling of the car, but there was some miscommunication before stage 2. The team forgot to tell him when he was coming to the choose zone, so he found himself all the way back in 20th. 4 tires and fuel for AJ. Needs to free that car up a little bit and drop some air pressure.
Well, we talk about the in-season challenge. This is one of the first-time matchups I was excited about. AJ Allmendinger and Chase Briscoe. The Dinger pits. Briscoe coming now, and he's bringing third-place Connor Zillage with him.
It'll be interesting to see who can beat who on pit road here. This is a valuable piece of real estate to be in second place.
Danielle.
Chase Briscoe in for service here. James Small likes his pace. Overall says the balance is good. Pit stop here. It'll be 4 tires down and away, Marty.
Career day for Connor Zillage so far. Can he bring it home? Maybe with a win. Oh, a slow stop there for the 88. That's going to cost him just a little bit. Said he was too tight in the right-hander. So we'll see how much track position he wanted to have it under green, not under caution, don't you, Steve? For the 88. And Michael McDowell much better on the longer run for that 71. Taking the service here with 28 to go as well.
Looks like Zillage stalled. Looks like the stall was pretty good. They brought the jack the car a little forward and stalled. Took a while to fire up. That's going to give control of the fresh tire race to the 19. On board with the 97. He's coming to pit road as well. So we arrive on board with the 97. He's going to run through turn 10 right here, the right-hander. Let's talk about this entry. You commit right at the box, but you have to hustle around this little cattle chute right here. Hustle around all the way to the yellow line. So he's going to try to go all the way around, get as much as he can, as much as he can, as much as he can. Pit road starts here. Now pit stop on the upper screen. The leader of cars who has pitted, the 19 of Briscoe, on the bottom screen. We'll see where the 97 blends with the 19. This could be the race for the lead when everybody makes their stops. Marty, the 97 of SVG in front of you.
Yes, Steve, once he started to stretch his legs, as you mentioned to Junior a moment ago, he built that lead up to 7 seconds for Shane Van Gisbergen as he comes to pit road here. He's done his job, now it's up to the pit crew. The fronts and the rears, and he felt like the last set of tires were the worst of the day. Hopefully they get a better one on here. We'll see where he cycles out now.
Van Gisbergen exiting the pit lane. And here comes Briscoe, crossing the start-finish line, the blend up the hill.
Oh, the 97 has it by 20, 25 car lengths. Those are those, good laps he ran. He had nearly a 2 1/4 second lead before the pit stop. It was about 1 second the whole run. He stretched it to 2 1/4, and for that reason, he gave himself that little bit of cushion to let the 19 come a lap earlier. Really good job by both the 97 and the 19. Now what about the drivers on the racetrack, like the 5 of Larson, the 12 of Blaney? They can either A, come right now and stay on strategy with the leader, or B, run very long, which it looks like they are doing. So they feel like if we run maybe 9 or 10 more laps, so the caution comes out, even though they'll lose track position, other cars will pit with them, and the fresh tires will give them an advantage.
Yeah, that tire late in the game can be such a difference maker. And we talk about that, and I go to last year when we had those cautions and some drivers came down, made something of it, even though they had to give up the track position. Let's go back to that cycle of pit stops. And the hiccup for Connor Zillage as he made his exit.
Just stalled it. Luckily, the car refired pretty quickly. He was able to drive away. Not always that lucky. Sometimes these things get like an electronic cycle in the ECU and you sit there helpless.
Zillage is scored in the 15th position. But he is third in line of those drivers that have made a pit stop. Now we go to Ty Gibbs. He still needs to come to pit road, but the climb continues. He's now second behind race leader Kyle Larson.
Big moment for the 12 right there, and it lets the 5 get around. Now the 12 of Blaney has lost the spot for the 54 as well as they continue to stay on the racetrack. I like this mostly for Gibbs because of the speed they have in the car. If they stay out on the racetrack, come to pit road, they get a tire advantage once we gather the field back up. He's got maybe arguably the best car here. Danielle.
Christopher Bell coming in for his scheduled stop here, guys. 4 tires. Bell seems very happy with the race car. Pretty quiet on the radio. Adam Stevens happy as well.
Glad to see these drivers inside the top 10 give up position, come down, get their scheduled green flag stop.
What a drive by Bell. Let's go back to Gibbs. The other thing I love about this strategy with Gibbs, to your point, Dale, it's Larson and Blaney that he's running in those chase standings. So they're right on the racetrack around him. So I think that helps the 54 think confidence in what they're doing. The 11 of Hamlin off pit road, Marty.
Yeah, Denny was very vocal on the radio after that spin on the track, said they have some splitter damage. Car has just really not been the same for Denny Hamlin since that moment, but they had incredible speed up to that point. Hamlin pitting for the final time here with 25 to go.
See where he rejoins. Going to be outside the top 25. Ty Dillon, the man he's facing in the opening round of the in-season challenge, scored 24th right now. As Larson comes in, Ty Gibbs does the same. Scheduled green flag pit stops, 25 laps to go, Danielle.
And you see Cliff Daniels part of the pit stops here too. The crew chief comes down.
Going to get his stop. In front of you, Shannon.
Yeah, take a look at that 54. No mistakes was the word over the radio as Ty Gibbs pulls that 54 into the pit box. Just a little bit tight, guys, but he said leave it alone because he was back in that traffic. We've also got Ryan Blaney who's down here on pit road. His crew chief told me that the key was to get out of the regular season third in points. You talked about him racing around the guys that he is racing for that. They want to average 30 points per race, and he has been running in the top 3 pretty much all day.
We all stood up as that cycle of stops happened just to watch Shane Van Gisbergen flash by, and as those drivers were exiting, SVG able to cruise through. He's now third on the board with Byron and Chastain still needing to make their stop. Barry also going to have to make a pit stop. He's inside the top 5. Austin Hill yet to make his stop. Here comes Byron now.
Byron will give the lead back to Chastain unless he chooses to chase the 24 on pit road. That'll cycle the 97 up to second. You see the map in the upper left. You see the 24 coming down pit road, the 97 heading into turn 11.
William Byron heading your way, Shannon.
Yeah, he's a guy who definitely knows how to get it done on the road courses, having wins under his belt in the Cup Series. Guys, he has been pretty good in this race. Just that the car was not turning a little bit too tight, but he said once it got going, it was very good. The 24 down the way.
Got a couple more cars still yet to come to pit road. SVG's clearly in front over Briscoe. Chastain still with the lead. You see Van Gisbergen off in the distance there.
Trackhouse has been 1-2 on several occasions today. Multiple different combinations up there. Yes, Van Gisbergen and Connor Zillage. And now it's Chastain in front of SVG. As Dale said, the one going to have to make a pit stop. And as you look at our pylon, there he goes now. Anybody that's pitted in the 80s, good to go. Anybody in the 50s or 60s still going to make one more pit stop.
And I will tell you, the 19 of Briscoe has outrun SVG by almost a half a second the last 2 laps. There's SVG right there, and you're going to see the 19 only 25, 30 kilometers behind. And the question is SVG continuing to control that gap.
Let's cover the Chastain pit stop, Shannon.
Yeah, Rob Chastain, he put together a really solid finish last week in San Diego on 7. Said the handling is just a little bit off on this number 1 car, but he has had a pretty solid day so far in number 1.
We referenced last week, back-to-back top 10s for the driver from Florida. First time he's been in the top 10 since Talladega. He pulls back out as his teammate reclaims the top spot. Shane Van Gisbergen with field in tow, and he's got a 1.6-second advantage over Chase Briscoe. Zillage Larson gives the top 5 in Sonoma with 22 laps remaining on TNT.
For the first time in over seconds apart. That's pressure. And more. Finally unapologetic, authentic NASCAR.
Sonoma, California. Let's do our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Lead us off, Dale.
Yeah, I'm watching this 88 car, Connor Zillage. This young man's had a tough rookie season, but he's sitting here right now with an opportunity to run in the top 3, if not even better than that. This would be, can you believe it, his first career top 10 finish in the Cup Series, and he can hold on today. Well, how about Bolser? 23-year-old Ty Gibbs got that first career win back in Bristol in the spring. He won both stages. Just thought that would eliminate him from contention, but here he is 5th, climbing up the ranks, doing a really nice job behind the wheel of the 54. 19 laps to go. I think there's a few positions still in front available.
I go with his teammate, the guy that was a runner-up here a year ago, and that's Chase Briscoe. Just been outstanding today, running 2nd in this race. And if he's able to hang there, it would match his best finish of the year from Atlanta. But he's thinking more. I go to last year with Briscoe, and we had some of those late cautions, and he really pushed Shane Van Gisbergen. And so you feel like Briscoe's a guy, he's got something for him here today late. Really having a good afternoon in that 19 for Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yeah, he's kept this gap here to SVG, flat second for a while now. SVG just knows a lot of laps left. 19 laps at this racetrack, that might as well be 100 laps somewhere else. It's a long way to go. They're trying to stretch out the tire life in this car, and this will be the longest that they've went all day long. Got a great little battle happening for third and fourth, but we're going to jump on board the 17 of Chris Buescher right here. Trying to work behind the 4 of Noah Gregson. The Trimble on board. Coming down toward turn 10. And the drive over to turn 11. Buescher struggled today. Actually ran the third best lap on the racetrack the last time out. Tonight. This is the battle right now. I think the best one on the racetrack between Larson and Zillich. Larson is taking it. Zillich will be able to drive away from his 5 car because he held that track position during the pit cycle, but maybe a little bit of a tire advantage on the 5. It's only a lap, but let's take a look and see how this pass happens. Yeah, the braking zone of turn 11. Larson down in there, stays off the door of the 88. Good clean pass. He was pretty far back to be able to make that move. I was real impressed. It didn't end up in the door of the 88 car. Might have caught the 88 by surprise. Thank goodness. The 88 struggled a little bit in the braking zone, I guess. Balance the car just doesn't look quite as good as the run before. These are moments though in this young man's career where he's got to kind of understand the big picture and soldier through it, you know? Not make a mistake here and spin yourself out or do anything to take yourself out of a decent day. It's possible too, he could be doing things like the veteran SVG, just trying to save the rear tires on that car for this long duration of the run.
You're one to watch. Ty Gibbs played the long game in the stages and really did a nice job collecting points. But Bell was on that same game plan, Steve, and here they are up to 6. Just so, I know we've said it, an impressive drive for this group.
I would say take the race winner out. That's the ultimate. Other than the race winner, this has been the best day for the 54 and the 20 if you do check the flag right now. Because points scored, it's not even going to be close. I mean, they had so many points in the stages. When you talk about this, you know, new points format, back to the chase format, where we are stacking points each and every week, it's not just about top 5s and top 10s, it's what you did in the stages, and they were A+. Absolutely. I think the 20 car has an opportunity. They put this all together to lift themselves into the top 7 in points. If everything goes well, presenting themselves in the chase with an opportunity to race for a championship. Right now, currently, as we run 10th in points.
How about a little in-season challenge fun with 16 to go? Matched up in the bracket, a couple of drivers from Team Ford, Austin Cindric, Brad Keselowski, 13th and 14th on track.
Left front of the 2 car right there from some contact with Josh Berry earlier in the day, but keeping that left front tire in here really nice and cool. Probably doesn't hit well on the short run, but on the long run, probably helping out. Brad's done an awesome job today, coming from the back of the field. Everybody thinks that Brad's lost his touch or his fastball on the road courses, but veteran knows how to put a good day together.
And we keep talking about Bell as we should with run the risk, but let's just remind the fan who might have been turning in a little later in the season that Brad Keselowski broke his femur in this winter. Came back just a few weeks later to start the Daytona 500. He couldn't run the Clash at the Open Drag. Right? This is a driver that's coming off a major injury as well. When you talk about leg strength and the requirements, the road courses are the toughest, and here we are back-to-back road courses, and Brad doing a really nice job. We look back at the front, SVG has a 1.7-second lead over Chase Briscoe. And you talk about saving those rear tires, you know, Dale? Well, we eavesdropped into the 19 radio. Look at the advisement from the crew.
Nice and smooth. Focus forward. Smooth inputs. Don't let him bait you. Just stay focused on those smooth inputs.
James Small, I love that. Don't let him. He knows SVG's so good that he's got to get a little bit closer in the windshield for you to overdrive it. He's saying, ignore him. Normally we say ignore the mirror. Hit your marks. He's saying literally ignore your windshield. Run your pace. We know this will be the longest run on a set of Goodyear tires all day long. Do what you do, and it's either going to be enough or not, but you are easily over Larson. I like that coaching.
Yeah.
I think you can get confused into thinking you're actually running then you start pushing harder and harder and making mistakes, actually making your tires head. He's like the guy at the bar drinking water, and you're thinking you go drink for drink with the guy. Next thing you know, you can't take it up.
Good battle for third there between Larson, Zilich, and Gibbs. SVG out front with 14 remaining.
I'm disappointed.
Wow, I had no idea how many of you would call me when I gave America my phone number. Over 85,000 people shared thoughts on the Whopper, Burger King, even a few busted signs. Over and over, you said fast food needs to do better, way better.
Everything is better with sharks.
The greatest week in history, Shark Week, starts July 26th on Discovery.
NASCAR on TNT and the in-season challenge continue as they make their long-awaited return to Chicagoland.
I'm happy it's back. It's got character, it's got bumps, a lot of speed, a lot of cars running up close to the wall. It's going to be spectacular.
Coverage begins next Sunday at 5 on TNT.
This July 4th, The Fight debuts on TNT for 2 World Championship bouts on one iconic night. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern on TNT and DAZN. Brad Keselowski able to slide by Austin Cindric. A lot on the line here.
Yeah, late dive bomb down into turn 11, and I don't think that made Cindric very happy. I like that. Look here. And then, look nice. I think Cindric went after him at the top of turn 2. And missed, yeah.
I say a lot on the line. In-season challenge, we documented that. And those are 2 drivers fighting right around the chase cut line. There's another battle for position. Ty Gibbs going after Zilich for 4th. The incredible run continues for the 54.
Just lets it go. I mean, it's not much to do there. The 54 is so much faster all day long. And just like Zilich, he's either saving hard, trying to protect the rear tires on this car for this long run to the finish, or he's struggling a little bit with the balance of this particular set of tires.
Do you think there's any chance he's just kind of gremlins over those DNFs are coming in and he wants to just get this thing to the finish? Like, man, I would love to see a checkered flag.
Competitor, young kid, he's going to push hard if the car can do it. I just feel like this set of tires, for whatever reason, it's just not quite as strong as it was the run before, but we've known the 54 is just outstanding. Marty has more on the team car. Ty Dillon.
I was about to do a report about how Ty Dillon was going to knock off Denny Hamlin once again. Dillon a moment ago was running in the top 20 and just started losing power steering. Hamlin now only a couple of spots behind Ty Dillon. Can he hang on for these final 12 laps and for the second straight year have this Colic team knock off Denny Hamlin?
If you're Denny Hamlin, it's about survive in advance, and we'll see if he can get them. There you see the difference between those two, 28th to 31st, and a spot in the round of 16 on the line when you talk about the in-season challenge.
Denny knows who he's up against because they did a joint press conference. They joined us at the pre-race. He's going to see that 10 car up the road. Going to be a little shot of adrenaline.
Also another position, another point or 2 for Denny. He's only 3 back to Reddick as they run. Season points.
8 races to go to the chase when we wrap things here today. Talked a little bit about Alex Bowman, driver 48, 10th, with 10 laps to go. Danielle?
Adam, we have a potential bracket buster happening. Right now, Alex Bowman running 10th. Tyler Reddick is running last in 36. Tyler Reddick entered the in-season bracket challenge today as a number 1 seed. Alex Bowman is a 32nd seed. I don't know about you guys, but I had Tyler Reddick going all the way to the finals. Doesn't look like, with 11 laps to go, that would happen. A big upset here with the 48.
This team had back-to-back third-place finishes in Texas and Talladega, the 48 group. Felt like they were starting to catch their stride after Bowman had missed those races, but the last month or so, had not produced a lot of fruit. Impressive today inside the top 10 and an opportunity to advance on to round 2 in the in-season challenge.
And this 19 car inside of 3/4 of a second behind. It's a little bit too close. Yeah, for me, I don't know about SVG managing the gap. He's talking about having, he is absolutely doing that, saving his rear tires, saving his car. But at what point does he start to need to run a little bit harder? Marty, what you got?
No question, Chase Briscoe's cutting into that lead for SVG with 10 to go. A moment ago, they kind of gave SVG a bigger picture of the top 5. He said, I don't care about anyone but the 19. I'm trying to manage my stuff.
That's exactly what happened last year. Briscoe pushing the 97 towards the end of the race. Briscoe is so good in practice, had a lot of speed. Second in 10 lap average, second 15 lap average. Getting started real fast all year long. He's taking advantage. Finally, his opportunity. He's watched his teammates do this all year long, and finally, Briscoe with a shot to win today.
What about Ty Gibbs running fourth, Shannon?
Yeah, Adam, from the very start of this race, the message has been just race your own race. Well, now, as the laps are clicking down there, of course, they're looking at that 97. Here's what Ty Gibbs and his crew just said on the radio.
Keep doing what you're doing. 19 is running the 97 down. He's starting to struggle with some drive, too. What do you want me to do? I need you to push, but it needs to last 10 laps.
Ty Gibbs has had such a fast car all day long, of course, winning stage 1, stage 2, starting way back in 20th at the beginning of each of those stages, and now he has just a couple of spots to gain in order to try to get up there and get that 97.
That is some of the question mark for these drivers is with 9 laps to go, what am I trying to do? Am I saving time for the long run? If the caution comes out, are we pitting or are we not? Because some of the strategy might be, hey, we can't run the 97 down from 7 seconds back, so if we pull our rear tires and the caution comes out, maybe we can stay out on those tires. A lot has changed in the world of road course racing with this reduced downforce, increased power, and this tire that does lose grip. It's not just a set it and forget it type pit strategy anymore. When you leave pit road for what you think is the last time for fuel, you have to continue to ask yourself, if we have a caution now, should we come to pit road? And with this many cars to lead lap, it's a complicated question.
Well, I was going to say, if you're a crew chief, it's a little bit like match play in golf. You have to prepare on your opponent, always making a putt, so you know the pressure could be on at any time.
Last lap on the racetrack, SVG runs a half a second faster than Briscoe in the 19, and you see the gap extended. You almost watch the 97's line off of turn 4 to understand how hard he's pushing. And these guys right here, Cindric and Keselowski, continue to push each other around.
Talked about the problems for Ty Dillon, who's faded to 34th. Hamlin in front of him now as you continue to watch the pylon and the leaders coming back to 7 laps to go.
I was asking SVG why he loves this racetrack so much, and he mentioned a lot of different things. And one thing that stood out is his line in turn 4. He's like, I like to run way wider over the curb on the outside in the exit of 4 than a lot of guys do. They just don't, for whatever reason, use as much racetrack, and he carries a ton of momentum there and speed into turn 7. When he runs hard, you see him take that wider exit out of 4. When he's underdriving the car, it's a little more shallow.
What about the 97 right now, Marty?
Boy, Adam, for the layup that everybody thought today would be for Shane Van Gisbergen, and he has worked this afternoon behind the wheel of that Packard Chevy. You just told Stephen Dorn a moment ago, we are terrible. I'm trying to hang on here with 7 laps to go, but that lead just keeps getting cut on the 19.
That information, if you hear it on the 97, Marty, and you're James Small, that is like an adrenaline, a shot of adrenaline to the 19. I'm letting them know. I know you see him struggling. We believe it's for real. We're hearing it on the radio as well. Coming at 6 laps to go. I've been coaching you to say rear tires, go get them. It's time to push. A little bit of traffic up here in front of me. We have had traffic all day long for SVG to have to deal with. And the 10 of Dillon gets out of the way.
Next car they'll see, Suarez, who won here 2022, 6 laps remaining for Van Gisbergen.
A little bit issue right there for the 19, trying to get around the 10. high-speed section of the racetrack, lost a couple tenths.
What's the latest on Briscoe, Danielle?
Well, SVG may not be happy with his car, but James Small is very happy with Chase Briscoe, the job he's doing and how the car is running. He said, stay focused, stay locked in, don't let the rabbit get any bigger. Keep managing those inputs. Nice and straight here, you're doing a great job.
There's history on the line as well. Shane Van Gisbergen, 7 career wins, all coming in road course competition. A win today gets him his 8th, and he would tie Tony Stewart for 2nd on the all-time wins list when you talk about Cup victories on the road.
The 7 of Flores is kind of a tough pass here, guys. I think this is going to create some issues, especially in these high-speed corners. If SVG can't make this happen quickly, he's going to start to suffer a little bit of grip loss. That's going to back him up to the 19. And it could go away very quickly. Just the last time through turn 11, William Byron goes to turn inside his teammate Bowman and completely overcooks. Bowman thankful there was an escape plan and turned back underneath the 24. But that issue for the 24, every driver right now, the oldest tires, the warmest brakes, just a little bit of exhaustion from the driver. They're all going to fight this for the last 5 laps. Flores had a really tough day. He's trying to survive. He came in here 8th in the points, so I mean it's not like him to really lay over, even for SVG and these guys that are racing for the win. And you see the gap to SVG not getting much smaller. SVG is not running down this 7 car. Continuing to struggle, and the 19's getting closer and closer.
And now the battle for 3rd, Ty Gibbs right there with Larson.
The 97 is Gibbs and Bell. You know, this is a race that I would love to just sit down and bench race with them about. All the passes, everything they've had to do.
The patience.
Man.
There goes Gibbs.
Cars they've been given and the job they're doing behind the wheel. It's a heck of a combination. Yeah, with 4 laps to go. Right there, heading up to turn 1. I think Larson understands that. Oh, 19! Totally just cooked it into turn 1. He's sitting there with an opportunity, and he knows it because SVG's struggling here to catch the 7, and SVG's looking forward to the car. And the 19 sees this out his windshield, and he's pushing and pushing harder, just asking a little bit too much. But it's not over yet. A lot of laps left. All week long, that entrance into turn 1 has been so difficult. Normally, it's a pretty straightforward, but look at the 19. I thought he got loose, but it looks like he just went in there and it kind of went straight. Damage the same, about a second lost.
Long green flag run, tires wearing out, mental concentration maybe starting to fade. Just a lot to manage for these drivers. Looking back, there's the top 10, some really good stories there. We've told today of Zilich, Ryan Blaney, top 10 again. Michael McDowell having a good afternoon for Team Spire. Ryan Priest doing what he needs to do. And big picture stories.
3 laps to go. The 19 gained about 3 tenths of that second that he lost Steve up the hill. He sees the 97 struggling. It's hard for us from this vantage point seeing the 97 slipping. The 19 behind the wheel can see all of the problems that SVG is dealing with. He is running him down quickly, almost a half a second in the last half a lap. It's going to be a tough job for SVG. He's going to have to be perfect. Look at how much he gains just in the braking zone. Again, going through these S's, through these high-speed corners behind the lap traffic. It's going to be a challenge for the 97. SVG's so good through the S's, gains a couple of tenths back.
Talk about SVG trying to match Tony Stewart for 2nd on the all-time wins list when it comes to road course victories. Tony Stewart was Chase Briscoe's hero growing up, and now he's driving the 19 for Joe Gibbs Racing. and trying to run down SVG 2 laps into Sonoma.
Hard to believe it. Briscoe's strongest part of the racetrack is in the braking zone. You think that'd be SVG's streak? Down up the hill. SVG with a little traffic in front. But the 51 lay over and get out of the way of the leaders. It's going to race down into the corner. It's going to slow SVG up. It's not a good situation. Can SVG make the pass in the braking zone of 4? Not able to do it. Has to follow the 51 through into the braking zone. Briscoe with a much easier path now. Look at the braking the 19 has into turn 7.
Big charge for Chase Briscoe. Through the S's.
The issue is, as close as the 19 gets to the 97, he then starts to struggle with aero. He has no tire left. Neither one of these cars has any tire left. They're both struggling, hanging on, just trying to stay on the asphalt as they come out of turn 10. 19 just trying to get close to the braking zone. It's incredible how much he gains on SVG into turn 11.
Back to the white flag. 1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank. Van Gisbergen in front of Briscoe.
SVG cannot allow the 19 to have an opportunity in the 11. That is what Briscoe is trying to do this entire lap, is close the gap all the way back to the end of the lap.
And if you're SVG, I think you believe it's going to be all about the S's. You're the best changing direction, even with a car that's fading. You got to get down into this braking zone. This is the first opportunity that the 19 will be able to collect and get a run on you. Success so far. For now, 97 is turn 7 and hit your marks down the S's.
19's right there. He wants to be able to keep this distance all the way to the S's, but SVG needs a little bit more of a buffer so that Briscoe can't reach him in the braking zone.
We always talk about the importance of turn 10. Setting up that run and that opportunity at turn 11.
Briscoe's there. He's closing the gap. Oh, he looks
10
a little
to
bit.
11. 19 is dancing. Here's Shane Van Gisbergen into the hairpin. Briscoe charges in, can't make the pass. We're racing in wine country. And Shane Van Gisbergen is the talk of the town. He wins again at Sonoma.
And Shane Beck just fucking won in Sonoma.
Unbelievable job for turning that thing into a race winner. Thank you, team. Thank you for clearing everyone involved.
Wins in 68 starts, and now matching Tony Stewart for second on the all-time wins list.